afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along. Players Championship 19 from Leicester. How are we all doing this morning? Good to have you all in. What's going down today? I hope everyone is good. How we doing, Rick? Sausage, chips and beans. Always a good combo, mate. Always a good combo. K-Days, how we doing? Kev, good morning. Rock, Ed has Placia out, Mould, Leishman and Gervin in. Nice. How we doing, Shay? Stephen, how we doing? Steve, that was a lot. It was only a last minute call. How we doing, Luca? How we doing, Dan? Hope you are good. What is everyone up to on this baking hot summer day? Yeah, Ed has not playing. Just getting everything ready to rock and roll. Heading out to the beach for a swim after work. That sounds very nice, Kev. I have to say, that sounds lush. Yep, you know, Rob, fresh trim this morning. You know. To be fair, thanks very much for the heads up on New York. Someone else messaged me literally about 20 minutes ago, the exact same thing, severe heat wave to hit New York. This might be the last stream I ever do, folks. I might not make it back. Pray for gingers in New York. That's all I'm saying. Pray for us gingers. No, all jokes aside. What's gone on? 2 seconds. For some reason, my right, let's oh, I tell you what, I don't think that's streamed, so let's go. I like that. A bit. Just setting everything up because my Chrome decided to shut. It's nice of it. But we're back up and running again, which is the important thing. Welcome along, one and all. Sorry, back in the chat room, where were we? What was my order in the Chinese? To be fair, between Danny and I, we had some starters, some duck, and then we just ordered like bits between us and just picked pick different bits. It was nice. Real pleasant evening. Cheers, Kev. So yeah, sweating my balls off. Yeah, it's a bit warm, isn't it? Let's have a look at the Michael Smith draw in a second. We may when it's yeah. The funny thing is, I'm white. I love that, Rick. To be fair, look, being ginger, obviously fair skin, but I love the sun. It just doesn't love me. That's the issue. Where are we? Pricey Williams, yeah, good match. No, Littler's on holiday. Do I think MVG will ever be number one again? As in physically ranked number one or winning big tournaments again? Look, the way the ranking structure is, you're going to have to be world champion to be world number one now. But will he come back stronger? Absolutely. Michael Smith has Steve Lennon on board 12, but board 12 also consists of Ryan Searle and Callum Ridds in the opening round, so that is a tough one for the bully boy. How are we doing, Nico? Good to have you in. Because it's nice. No, it's not. If you want a booner, order a booner. Because I guarantee you someone has ordered a korma. Mick, wrong Mick, am I wrong? How we doing? Anthony, hope you're good, mate. I love Gavin and Stacey. So good. Right, Ricky Evans, Cameron Menzies just getting underway. Van Duivenboden, Alan Suter. It's a good game. Wessel Nyman takes the opener against Christian Kist. Ryan Searle winding up on Callum Ridds. Peter Wright levels it up with Graham Hall. Godwin Price lost the opener, but he's now 2-1 up on the Maverick that is Scott Williams. Oh no, Johnny, no. Controversially, and you're not going to like this, it's second on my all-time list. No, Josh Rock has pulled out today. I'm not surprised. He's been away from home with a young family, so I would guess he's just gone, nah, I'm going home. How are we doing, Daniel? Good to have you in. Lubitsch, is he any good? Look, it's his first year on tour. Look, he won a tour card, but yes, he has struggled. Gary Anderson. Oh, well, I didn't realise that Gando was playing. Hold on a minute. Hold on. There we go. So I've got Only Fools 1, Gavin and Stacey 2. They're my two absolute go-tos that I could just watch 24/7. But Only Fools is just genius. John Sullivan was just incredible. So yeah, I get Only Fools 1, Gavin and Stacey 2. I'm with you. I do like a bit of Dad's Army. How we doing, Maximus? Good to have you in. Or favourite British comedians? I do. Mickey Flanagan, Jimmy Carr, Kevin Bridges, I think. Yeah, I was never a 40 Towers fan, Johnny. I'm with you there. Yeah, Sean Locke would, yeah. Some of the things on 9 out of 10 catch, Sean Locke was so funny. Gary Anderson, 3-0 to the good now over Andy Bolton. Shin Diggity, Martin Schindler. He's 2-1 up on Jim Long. Mike De Decker is averaging 110 right now. Yes, 110. He is flying. Laban, Darius Labanauskas 2-1 up on Stephen Bunting. Ricky Evans is averaging a ton. He's 3-0 up on Cameron Menzies. Yeah, I like. Yeah, old Peter Kay was good. Johnny Clayton averaging 104. He's 3-2 up on Willie Borland. Scott Williams, 3-2 up on Gadwin Price at the moment. This game's swinging one way, then the next. Callum Ridds levels up with Ryan Searle. That one's 2-2. Gary Anderson, 4-all. With Andy Bolton. And impressive from Anderson. 4-0 up, averaging 98. And he hasn't practiced today, or he isn't practiced today. Scott Williams, 4-2 up now on Gadwin Price. How are we doing, Joe? Good to have you in, buddy. Hope everyone is having a belter of a day. Chris Dobie, 4-1 up on Ararak Sadansky. Okay, so they are at the venue, mate. They are in Leicester. But Michael Smith's he's got a winnable first round game, but he's got a tough board. How are we doing, Charlie? Good to have you in. Yeah, to be fair, Ricky's playing really well today. Or he's played well recently. That he just hasn't perhaps got results. Johnny Clayton, 4-2 up on Willie Borland. I'm just sharing some links now on social. So if you see them, we would appreciate if you could give them a share or a retweet, whichever platform you're seeing it on. Right, that's all good. Sedler check. 5-3 up on Van Veen. Sedler box is averaging 106 here. Morning, Glenn. Morning, Paul. Hope you are good. Yeah, Darrell Pilgrim is playing today, and Mr. P has Danny Lauby on board 6. Steve said he was never going to play today, then changed his mind last night. Chris Doby averages 98.5 to beat Hararak Sadansky 6-1. No, Ben Littler is on holiday, enjoying some time off in the sun. Alan Suter is 4-1 up on Dirk van Duijvenbode. Dirk is averaging 110 right now. Scott Williams is a leg away from beating Gerwin Price. Gary Anderson 5-1 up. I don't expect Gary to win today. Oh, yeah, harsh, Joe, harsh. Yeah, I think Connor will, Claire. Look, he's struggling a little bit at the moment, but look, he's a class operator. I think he gets it right. Darius Labanauskas Laban 4-2 up on Bunting. So Gary Anderson is 5-1 up, but read between the lines when I tell you, Gary Anderson is not practiced today. So I don't expect him to go deep. Look, could he? Yes, but he's not practiced. The car is in the car park. Yeah, they are. Look, Dirk's in trouble. Yeah, he's averaging 108. Johnny Clayton with a ton average beats Willie Borland 6-3. Gerwin Price is fighting back here. He's back within 1. Oh, look, Gary knows where the board is 100%. But he's not playing under the same conditions as the previous days. Do I think Keane Barry keeps his tour card this year? No, I don't. I think he loses it. Van Veen is back within 1 of Sedlacek. This one's getting interesting. Jim Long has a leg back, but still trails Shin Diggity. Martin Schindler 5-2. Wessel Nyman 5-2 up on Christian Kist. No, Paul, it's the other way that he hasn't had any today. Yeah, Anthony, I agree. Oh, look, yeah, some top matches. Alan Suter is on the hill, 5-2 up on Dirk. And Gerwin Price from 5-2 down has won 3 on the spin and levels against Scott Williams, both averaging 96. The seeding for this is based on the Pro Tour Order of Merit, mate. Laban is 1 away from beating Bunting. Callum Ridds 5-4 up on Ryan Searle. Menzies mounting a little comeback, but still a lot to do. This is good from Williams. Under pressure, 140, 140 ton. Van Veen is levelled against Sedlacek. 5-all, 4 on the spin for Jan Van Veen. Anyone averaging over a ton? Yeah, look, there are loads. Mike De Decker and Johnny Clayton have both won with ton plus averages. Dirk's averaging 106 and losing to a 107 average from Suter. Van Veen's averaging 102. Sedlacek 103. Chisnell a ton. Leon Webber a ton. Double 16 for Scott Williams. To halt the Gezi comeback. And Williams has done well there. The pressure was on. Andy Bolton just fighting back against the Flying Scotsman, Gary Anderson. Callum Ridds has beaten Ryan Searle. Back-to-back legs for Jim Long, but still trails Schindler 5-3. Yeah, Sedler Box and Van Veen Jar has been an absolute cracker. Remember, Sedlacek was in complete control. The Van Veen comeback is on. He's effectively taken the darts. Leaves 59. Menzies, Evans. Ricky Evans has just sealed a 6-3 victory over Cameron Menzies as we speak. Now Van Veen to complete a sensational comeback. 19 and tops. Sedlacek still averaging 102. He's done nothing wrong. It's the brilliance of Van Veen to deny Sedlacek 5 legs on the spin for the young Dutchman. Speaking of another young Dutchman, Wessel Nyman averages a ton to beat Christian Kist. Jim Long has now had 3 legs on the spin. He's back within 1. Maybe Bunting should have pulled out because he's battered by Labanauskas 6-2. Chris Landman takes the opener against Mervyn King, and Alan Suter averages 105.5 to beat Dirk van Dijvenbode. Damon Hetter 4-3 up on Ted Everts. Ross Smith 5-3 up on Tom Bizzle. What a start to the day, ladies and gentlemen. What a start. This is incredible. Peter Wright 5-3 up on Graham Hall. Some good games warming up, and all Scottish clash. Scott Campbell takes on Nathan Girvan. Denny Alder Coulter, James Hurrell. It's a nice game for Hurrell as he looks to get back up that list. Remember, all eyes will be on Ryan Joyce, Raymond van Barneveld, Michael Smith, Christoph Ratajski, with Ed House pulling out today. Has he just written off his match play hopes? The gap was doable. The gap was doable. But him not playing today almost seals his fate. He will be probably the first reigning major champion not to be at the match play while they hold the title. How are we doing, Mitchell? Hope you are good. Let's go. Let's go do a bit of demo. Jordan, how are we doing? I'm new to darts. Why is MODUS dart players playing in this? Right, so I'm guessing you're talking about Adam Mould and people like that, Jordan. So, with the Pro Tour, there is obviously 128 tour card holders. Now, they are automatically in. They don't, sometimes tour card holders don't play, don't enter. Now, to make sure there is always 128 players there, they use the Challenge Tour as the top-up. Now, people on the Challenge Tour can obviously play in MODUS, so there are non-tour card holders also playing in these Pro Tour events. Does that make sense to you, mate? So, pulled out from yesterday, Josh Rock, Richie Edhouse, Wesley Placia In comes Adam Mould, Tommy Lishman, and Nathan Gervin are the changes from yesterday. I think he's struggling to make Dortmund, Joe. I think last time I looked, he was in a spot. Yeah, so he's 27th, but he's only got a 2 grand buffer. So at the moment, he will be going back to Dortmund. But look, he's not in the same form, shall we say. Peter Wright was a 6-3 winner as well while we were doing that roundup. Luke Littler and Priestley beef. I've not seen it, Sam. I saw what Dennis said about like looking after his money and so on, but I didn't see that Littler had a problem with it. Not a problem, Jordan. Always a pleasure, mate. Any questions? Fire them in the chat room. And I know there's no such thing as modus players, but look, if you haven't got a tour card, most players want to play at modus. Merv King having a... I haven't got the commentary on. What's he moaning about? I know, Ant, I'm not saying you are, mate. I didn't take it that way at all. I need to find out. They took the pictures off. Okay, what were they moaning about? Carpet while walking back to the Oki. Who is Mr. Hopo Puhao? Has got... Oh, they're cutting the grass. I might have to shut the window in a second. Hopo Puhao has Cordeka. Merv loves the main. How we doing, Noel? Good to have you in, buddy. Always a pleasure. I love the thing on there. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Merv King. How we doing, salesman? Hope you are good. Littler said, don't deserve an MBE. Really? I hadn't seen that, but I will... We'll go and have a look. Yeah, saw James Wade farting again yesterday. It's not a great look. How are we doing, Mad? Good to have you in. What do you mean Michael Smith has a difficult board? Look, with the greatest respect in the world, some boards are easier than others, but Michael's got a tougher board today. Is it not? I don't think it is in the UK. Yeah, you can if you've got a 3-letter internet device. Because you're in Ireland, aren't you, mate? Yeah, sorry. I thought you meant in the UK. Right, James Hurrell 2-1 up on Denny Alder Coulter. I'll see what I can do now. I'll speak to Gob. No, James Wade not played yet. How are we doing, Natalie? Hope you are good. Bradley Brooks 3-0 to the good. So there's eight players per board. How are we doing, Christina? Good to have you in. Wait a minute. I haven't seen a Gezi Instagram post. No, there's no Gezi Instagram post yet. Something to do with the carpet. Yeah, I don't know. I was reading the bit about Gezi bad for posting. I thought he posted from Sam. That was all, Rob. How are we doing, Dixie? Hope you are good. Ryan Meikle won that up on Rusty Jake. Marcus, I disagree. Littler's popularity is through the roof. Oh, 100%. I can't wait to see Bo on tour. Can't wait. Darryl Pilgrim averaging a ton. 2-1 up on Danny Lauby. Yeah, possibly with the hardcore Marcus, I agree. But the problem is the way he transcends into that casual market is what you want. But hardcore fans are always going to be there. To be fair, Luke, I haven't checked Luke's. Littler has got a social media team. I've just seen it, yeah. No, we don't know what's going on with that game at the moment. They're still, I'm guessing they're trying to fix the carpet, I guess. I don't know. I'm not doing comms on the seniors event, Joe, because I'm flying home that day, so I'm not here. Yeah, no, look, I get he's only a kid, only a lad, but once he's put it out there, that it's been out quite a long time, I would say is that someone should be in his ear, Luke, just delete it. Do you know what I mean? I think someone should be in his ear. Darren Beveridge levels it up with Cameron Crabtree. Dominic Grudish has beat Stephen Burton 6-3. TB Tricole 2-1 up on Keen Barry. He can, Ryan. I just think that when you are having a pop at one of the greats of the game in that manner, it doesn't really sit right with me. And do I agree with them getting MBEs? And this isn't just Luke and Luke. I think MBEs, OBEs, knighthoods are dished out to sports stars too much. I don't think, by the way, I'm not saying Luke and Luke don't deserve it, but there are a lot of instances where I see cricketers getting an MBE and OBE for winning an Ashes series. I'm like, come on now. Yeah, and people like that, Glenn, 100%. I'm with you there. I just think that they're handed out way too easily these days. So King Match has restarted. Keen Barry levels it up with Thibaut Tricole 2-2. Oh yeah, my apologies that this was just the one that carried over. Yeah, we will go, Mike. When Michael Smith game starts, we'll put it on because of the importance of the race for the match play. Nico Springer trails Perlo Lubitsch. James Hurrell 4-3 up on Danny Alder Kauter. Invited at the venue talking to the cleaner. Missed the start of that, Phil. Basically, Dennis Priestley criticised the England performance at the World Cup and that Luke and Luke shouldn't have got MBEs. So Luke has put on his Instagram story the article and then written the text over the top. doesn't deserve an MBE, but done more in 12 months than he'll ever did. That's all I would say anyway. Oh, Rob, 100%. Blood on the Carpet is a fabulous documentary. Daryl Pilgrim 3-3 with Lalby. Justin Hood 2-2 with Rob Grundy. Yeah, I'm not keen Matador either. I'm with you there. Ryan Meikle 4-1 to the good, playing some good stuff. Scott Campbell 5-1 up on Nathan Gervin, doing a number. Adam Hunt 5-4 up on Carl Sneed, good result here. Michael Smith is underway, so let's get the bully boy up. There we go, bit of Michael Smith. Mickey Mansell 5-2 up on Stefan Belmont. Merv King, despite carpet issues, can't get near. Chris Landman 5-1 down the King. The artist formerly known as the Master, Owen Bates, beats Adam Paxton 6-4. Littler, in my opinion, is the best player in the world. One of the best players. I thought Luke and Luke are by far the best two players in the world, in my opinion, at the moment. I'd probably edge Humphreys right now, just off the back of the Premier League win, but that could all change. That there's fine margins between them. Yeah, Nico Springer not firing at all here, and it looks like Pedo Ljubic is going to get a surprise victory. Scott Campbell batters Nathan Gervin 6-1. Carl Sneed, Adam Hunt going to a last leg decider. Michael Smith takes the opener against Steve Lennon. No, got my haircut this morning. Daryl Pilgrim levels up with Lauby. No, bonkers that Michael Smith has been suffering with wrist and shoulder injuries that he's been trying to sort out. What other sports? So obviously love football, boxing, cricket, obviously darts. They're probably my main ones that I like. Mickey Mansell, 6-2 winner. Yeah, that's been part of the issue, Natalie. Yeah. Will we see Gary in next year's World Cup with Peter? No, we will not. Darren Beveridge beats Cam Crabtree. Crabtree had a great run yesterday. Can't replicate it again today. Let's see, man, the wall 5-3 up on Stefan Hendrick. Well, I think that Cameron Menzies will be ranked above Peter Wright by the World Cup next year. Is one, and two. Will Gary play with Cameron Menzies, or will he go out with Peter Wright and end that iconic Scottish pairing? I don't know, but I'm 90% certain it won't be Gary and Peter ranked 1 and 2 for Scotland next year. I think we'll see more and more top players skipping the World Cup. Again, that suspect. I wouldn't be surprised if Luke Littler didn't play in the World Cup next year. That wouldn't surprise me. Michael Smith potentially about to go 3-0 up. Ryan Meikle in complete control against Rusty Jake. Now Michael Smith, 25 for 3-0. Luke Woodhouse, Connor Scott just getting underway. This is big for Bully Boy. Can't take it out. Lifeline for Steve Lennon to break back. World Cup's always in Frankfurt. I'm with you, Glenn. There, I'm with you that I think if a pair wins it, they should defend it. Clearly, because of the nuke's commercial value, that was never going to happen. But I'm with you. Yeah, Rob, I'm with you. It does lose appeal, but because it's non-ranked and commercially it's not worth that much money to the big players, which I know sounds silly, but it's not. So that's why they're like, meh. Keane Barry, 5-all with Tricole. Yeah, Steve Lennon fluffed his lines. Darting disaster, and Michael Smith is 3-0 to the good. I don't know how they're going to do the Seth catching. McKenny trails Tavis Dudney 5-3. I'm not sure if it's going up or not. Ryan Meikle continues his good form at the moment. A 6-2 winner over Rusty Jake. The serial farcer James Wade warming up. Also warming up the original Who has Ando got next? It's a good question. Let's find out. Gary Anderson will play Danny Lauby, who has beaten Daryl Pilgrim. Big result for Lauby. How many left till the next round? There's still a few. The 128 always takes a little while, but after the 128, then we go 64. It quickens up. That is a big win for Keane Barry. How we doing, Chris? I would move the World Cup away from Germany. Yeah, look, I like the idea of if you win it, it goes to your country, but it's just not going to happen. We know commercially Germany is huge. William O'Connor takes the opener against Max Hot. Barney underway against Stack Attack Robert Owen. Joe Cullen, Gabriel Clemens warming up. Yes, Aaron, we spoke about the Littler Priestley beef. Itching to get on the road, yes, but look, I think he beats Lauby. I am Christina. I fly to New York on Monday. Who does Hetter and Nyman play next? I will have a look for you. So, Damon Hetter will play either Tavis Dudney or Nick Kenny. Wessel will play Darren Beveridge. Right. So in short terms, Dennis Priestley did an interview. I don't know who with. I haven't read. I've seen it on GB News. As in that's the bit that's been quoted. But basically, Dennis Priestley heavily criticised England's performance at the World Cup, and said, in his opinion, Luke didn't deserve their MBEs because they're basically still too young in their career. Now, Luke has replied on his Instagram story with a picture of the news article, and in his text, don't deserve an MBE, but done more in 12 months than he ever did. That's what I would say anyway. Rob Grundy 5-5 with Justin Hood, as is Nick Kenny with Tavis Dudney. Michael Smith on the verge of sealing a 6-1 win. There is a live lounge Monday night, Michael. I won't be on, but Dan will be there along with Cam. Yeah, Dan and Cam in the hot seat this week. 5-0. Daryl Gurney is up on Barry Van Peer. Connor Scott levels it up with Luke Woodhouse and Bully Boy Michael Smith is through. Let's go. Let's go Woodhouse Scott. George Killington 2-0 up on Danny Noppert. How we doing, Greg? Okay, I'll look at it. I'll see what we can do. Barney is on now against Gabriel Clement and Leeds. No, sorry, Barney is now on against Robert Owen even, and he is 3-0 up, averaging 115. Dylan Slevin takes the opener against Kevin Doots. Nick Kenny completes the comeback and beats Tavis Dudney 6-5. Big result for Nick Kenny. Listening, bed the missus. Daryl Gurney is a 6-0 winner, and Rob Grundy pinches it 6-5. Yeah, he probably is starting to divide opinion, but the opinion of the hardcore fans, I would say, that he still captures the casual and the younger audience. And what I'm going to say here isn't disrespectful. I'm not saying it disrespectfully, because I'm still in awe of Dennis Priestley because he is a legend. But most of the new young darts fans will never have heard of Dennis Priestley. And that's not me saying that. That's just that younger demographic. Ryan Searle lost to Callum Ridds. It was a good game, to be fair. What's the story about? Basically, James Wade farted in the booth. Which 3 new tour card holders have impressed you the most so far? Probably Adam Lipscomb is definitely one of them. Who else? I think Tom Bizzle has adjusted to life on tour so well for the first time. Not really any of no. I think Max Hopp's done well coming back on tour. Do we think enough is done by recognised players of the past? No, I think more could be done, Mador. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think more could be done. Oh, look, yeah, Dennis was slow back in the day, but I think back when Dennis was playing, pace wasn't such a big thing. I think there were a lot more methodical throwers back in the day. Oh yeah, Springer as well, obviously. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's what I said, Kev. The new fans don't know who he is, and which is sad, by the way, because Dennis is one of the all-time greats. Look, Andreas Harrison is a bit like Darryl Pilgrim, that has had a mental block when it comes to Q School. William O'Connor 4-2 up on Max Hopp. Connor Scott is on the verge of beating Luke Woodhouse. Where is Ryan Joyce? This is better from him. 4-1 up on Dom Taylor. And of course there will be pressure because Michael Smith has won his game. Did he get his tour card? No, so this is Dom Taylor's second year of his card. Connor Scott seals a 6-2 win over Luke Woodhouse. And again, Connor needed that. Results have not been there of late. Performances have not been too bad. But perhaps results not there. Barney 5-1 up. Let's go to a bit of William O'Connor, Max Hopp. I think Yeah, I agree. I think Ironman's good. I'm 70. Always loved darts. Playing when I was younger. 100%. Woodhouse maybe looking over his shoulder for the match play. I think he'll be okay. Look, I'm not saying he's playing well, but I think he'll be okay. You should. Michael, we are doing a live lounge live in association with Shooting the Ball on Friday afternoon. So a week tomorrow, 12. We go live at 12, but we'll be at the venue from probably 10ish. McHale's bar just off Times Square. More than welcome to come along. Anyone that is in the area. Dom Taylor cuts the gap but still trails. Ryan Joyce 4-2. Phil did the not yet. Alexandra Palace not confirmed. Yeah, the contract last year was the last one on the current contract. Barry said that in the interview that we did with him. They were trying to negotiate a 1-year deal, which says to me that they're looking at other options. Right, I know they are. Adam Lipscomb 2-0 up on Jermaine Watamina, yesterday's finalist. Who's Michael Smith got next? Let's have a look at the bully boy. All right. Michael Smith will play Ian White or Jose de Souza. I think too much of being made of Luke versus Dennis and something on a TV station. No. I get that's modern media these days, though. Shouldn't we have 2 World Series events? But yeah, look, I'd like to see definitely two in North America, 100%. Gabriel Clements 5-3 up on Joe Cullen. Ian White 3-0 up on Jose de Souza. De Souza played well yesterday. However, only averaging 72 right now as Martin Lukeman is a 6-4 winner. That one's about to finish. I don't dislike this game. Florian Hempel has work to do to keep his tour card. Ryan Joyce 5-3 up on Dom Taylor. This would be a big, big result. Joe Cullen fighting back, but still work to do. Kevin Doots trails Dylan Slethen 5-4. How we doing, mate? Is that the real Devon? No, it's not. Florian Hempel 2-0 down to Richard Vinstra. Yeah, I rate Florian Hempel. I think there's something there. Joe Cullen has rescued it. He's 5-0. He's forced a decider against Clemens. Big, big result for Ryan Joyce. 6-3 winner over Dom Taylor. And Kevin Doots has forced a decider against Dylan Slethen. Yeah, I'm still not sure Keane keeps his card, but it helps. I'm good, cheers Pete, I'm good. George Killington beats Danny Knopp at 6-3. Ian White 5-0 up, and Kevin Doots turns it around against Dylan Slethen. That's a massive loss for Slethen. Phil, I loved your rant about Spurs sacking. Yeah, look, it's heart versus head, isn't it? Look, I can see why they did. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I understand why. Both Joe Cullen and Gabriel Clemens have mismatched darts, but it is the German who gets over the line. English film, Mount Rushmore of players pre-2000, you cannot choose jockey. Right, okay. Pre-2000, Richie Burnett, John Part, who else am I putting in there? Yeah, Richie Burnett, John Part, who else was on that? Dennis Priestley, was checking your list, and probably Steve Beaton. I think that would be my 4, missing out the ones that you've said we're not allowed to pick. Riccardo Pietrezco, 5-3 up on Kim Hybrex. Ratajski, 4-3 up on Matty Denon. Matador. Oh, actually, I'm swapping Steve Beaton for Bob Anderson. Harrington, yeah, in the equation, yeah. Look, I actually think Rod's greatest achievement in the sport was off the board. Martijn Drat, 5-2 up on Jeffrey de Graaf. De Graaf not firing at all at the moment. Hempel from 2-0 down, 1-3 on the spin. Mario van den Bohada 1-0 up on Jack Tweddle. Marvin van Velzen 1-0 up on Rhys Griffin. Mount Rushmore of PDC venue-wise. The Winter Gardens, the Circus Tavern, Alexandra Palace, and who am I giving my 4th one to? Who am I giving? The Civic Hall, Wolverhampton. Exeter. What a fucking shithole. Jermaine Watamina has turned it around to beat Adam Lipscomb. Oh. Do I swap the Civic for the Reebok? Do I? Yeah, okay, I'm going to swap the... the problem is, the other 3 I can't leave out. I think the question was... PDC venues, Glenn. That's why I didn't say that. The Marshall Arena was the home of World Darts for a while. Worst 5 PDC venues. Oh, Minehead. Without question. The, whatever it's called now in Leicester, I can still call it the Morningside. Dump. Birmingham Premier League. Controversially, the Ahoy. And what's my 5th? Aberdeen. Marshall. Oh, the Marshall Arena is my 5th. Yeah, that is horrific. Worst for ever Prem venues. Exeter. Birmingham. Exeter, Birmingham. Nottingham. And the Ahoy. Natalie, I'm speaking more from a media point of view. For the fan, it's all right, but I don't like it from a media point of view. Yeah, Exeter is awful. Agreed. I hope they go back to Ireland, but you never know. I did do Bournemouth Premier League. Basically, it's not big enough, Chris. It's tiny in relation to what they need. The bit just not big enough. Basically, obviously the City West isn't. Oh, I'll tell you what. That's a massive result for Matty Dennant, but a disaster for Ratajski. The Scholar wins it 6-5. Yeah, so basically with the City West out of commission, they can't find another venue that works. Martin Durat beats Jeffrey de Graaf. Benjamin Drew Roy's 2-1 up on Joshua Richardson. Venick 2-0 up on Nathan Rafferty. Hopai Puhao is 4-1 up on Cord Decker. Adam Mole 1-0 up on Adam Warner. Sebastian Białecki, Mensur Sulovic just getting underway. Is Madison Square Garden. Yeah, it is close. Yeah. If it sells out this year, Marcus, if it sells out this year, it goes in. Last year on the Saturday night at MSG, it was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Florian Hempel, that's a big win for him. He beats Flyers' Richard Vinstra 6-2. 6 legs on the spin. He was 2-0 down. Lipscomb lost 6-4. Just going to have a look at the old tour card race because yeah, that result puts Florian Hempel back into the green at the moment. It's going to be tight. That tour card race is looking interesting. Campbell 3-1 to the good up on Jelle Klassen. Well, just up to the venues from the press. Yeah, they were tiny, the first ever one. Wow, 5-1 up. This is good. I'm heading to my first event in October. The Australian. Nice, Jordan. I'm looking forward to seeing the Australian Premier League. Mike Kybenhoven 4-0 up on Greg Richie. Sulovic takes the opener against Białecki. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he goes home or tries again. I'd like him to try again, but I'm not sure if he does or not. I would love Ben Robb to be able to commit to giving it a proper go. Matt Campbell looking at double 12, and he is now 4-1 up on the Cobra. This is good from Matt Campbell. Thomas Lovely 5-1 up on Madaz Razma. Good average from Lovely here, 96. The tour card race is hard to understand at the moment because winning one game at the world. Oh yeah, 100% Marcus. Look, there is going to be twists and turns galore. No, it wasn't. Joshua Richardson, back-to-back legs. He now leads. Benjamin Drury's 3-2. Yeah, Connor Scott won his first round game. Waka waka Yeah, he went to get some info on the old chippies, Rob, didn't he? Białecki levels with Sulovic. Matt Campbell looking to get within one here of victory. But he leaves the old 166. Interested to see how he takes this one out. Adam Mould averaging 105 is 3-1 up on Adam Warner. Mario van den Boharder 5-2 up now on Jack Tweddle. Tommy Lishman 5-2 up on Kai Gotthard. Yes, I will be here for the Euro Tour qualifiers tomorrow, folks. Why not? Why not? I tell you what, leaving the bogey number cost Campbell because Klassen has got this one back on throw. Victor Tingstrom won that up on Jim Williams. And Hopai Puhao was a 6-2 winner. Very, very good from Hopai. Where is... do you think Jose decides? Yes, Thomas, I think he will lose his card. Do I think he can win it back at Q School? I think the only way he wins it back at Q School is if he wins it outright. He's too inconsistent, in my opinion, now to get it on points. I think he has too many bad games. I think if he does it, it will be because he wins it outright on one day. Who was Keen Barry got next? I don't know. I'll have a look. Ross Smith, Keen Barry has. Marvin Van Velzen absolutely batters Reese Griffin 6-1. I've not watched any of the Club World Cup, Ben. Tom, you know, it's what we do. Dedication to the cause. I'm not sure. I haven't seen Darren Webster for ages. Jose can play. And yeah, I believe so, Marcus, yeah. Look, we saw yesterday, he still has good games in him, but he's just too inconsistent. He'll throw a 97, and then next game it'll be a 72. The range is just too big in his game. Victor Tingstrom 2-0 up on a very out of sorts Jim Williams, only averaging 65 right now. The Quiff. How are we doing, Tommy boy? Gary won his first game. I think this is the last of the 1-2-8 games being played now. Yeah, I saw him go to America and do some exhibitions with Jeff Smith. I just don't know, Thomas, because if he throws in one of those 72s, he's going to get beat. If he plays like he can, 100% he'll come through that. But there's just too many road games from Jose at the moment. Just getting some of the scores already. We're going to get that. I'm realistic. We're going to get absolutely battered in that Super Cup. That's that. Right, sorry, just getting some Tingstrom 3-0 to the good Looks like Yella Klassen is going to force a last leg decider against Matt Campbell. Go to Kiwi. Phil, you're looking for no. Who has Hope I got next? Oh, good question. Who has Hope I? Hope I has got Raymond van Barneveld next. Tommy Lishman beats Kai Gotthard 6-4. Could be more than 90 tour card holders at the Worlds this year. Yeah, 100%. Look, there's PDC have been criticised in the past for not giving tour card holders enough. They can't moan this time. They cannot moan this time. Klassen levels it up 5-all. First games in the last 64 are warming up, which means the next train approaching platform 1 is the Flying Scotsman. Thoughts on Angie's sacking? Would I have sacked him? No, I think winning a trophy gives you time. However, I can understand it. We were awful in the league. We were awful. And my worry is that if they'd have said, okay, go again, and the league form doesn't improve, and they then sack him at that first international break in September, we're behind the 8 ball. So I get it. Not saying I agree with it, but I get it. Matt Campbell, despite the 180. Yella Klassen is going to get match darts. This would be a disaster for Campbell. It is a disaster for Campbell. The Cobra, Yella Klassen, completes a comeback. What time does Hope I play my set my alarm as it's 1:30? It will. Let's have a look. I can't give you an exact time, but it will probably be 25 minutes, between 20 minutes and 30 minutes time, I would say. You slowly come around. Yeah, look, I get it, Rob. Look, I'm not a fan because the goal was to win a trophy and qualify for the Champions League. He did both. But I fully understand the reasonings. Would we rather have... Of course we would. The Flying Scotsman, Gary Anderson. Agreed, Johnny, agreed. Victor Tingstrom 4-1 up on Jim Williams. Lauby to take the opener. And does 1-0 to the American. No, Luke is on holiday. Enjoying some time off. Oh, 100, Big Johnny, 100%. Why wouldn't you? To be fair, I can't complain. I've had a couple of really good ones recently, so I'll take that. Brendan Dolan, the chopper, is 4-1 up. So the race for the match play, Raymond. Let me change screens to that one. No real change. Only Ratajski is out. Woodhouse and Cullen in 13th and 14th are out. But Barney, Joyce, Michael Smith still in. I've done one with Mace, which we need to edit. And obviously we'll have a load coming from New York as well, Rob. There's loads of media. Yeah, the Gary one that I did 10 days ago was brilliant. Johnny Clayton, Mickey Mansell, Wessel Nyman, Darren Beveridge, Peter Wright, Ryan Meikle, Scott Williams, Adam Hunt, all warming up. How do you personally feel about the prize money for first round exit? I know the PDC and Manly are not huge fans, but look, my opinion, and look, for what it's worth, I disagree with their opinion. These aren't open tournaments. These tour card holders have won and earned. Oh, Gary takes out 1-2-4 to break. These tour card holders have won and earned the right to be on tour. Now, for me, I'm not saying players should be heavily rewarded for losing, because that's wrong. I'm not for that. But they also shouldn't be out of pocket. So, there's two things that I would do. Either if first round losers on the Pro Tour get £250 expenses, which is not ranked. So you wouldn't need to find extra money either, because instead of upping the money from £1,000 to £1,250, you just kept first round at the £1,000 and use that £250 elsewhere. Or the other one is, when you win your card, you get a 10 grand bonus, winner's bonus for winning it. And that 10 grand is then yours to invest in those 2 years to make sure that you have the best opportunity of keeping your card. That's, look, not that my opinion matters, but that's what I would do. Yeah, Joe, I do all my own editing, mate. Bully Boy won his first round game. So I'm very much a rear gripper. I'm like, that's mine. I've hit the big fish a couple of times. My favourite interview I've ever done. Oh. What's my... There's a few that spring to mind. So, the one that I did with Trina in lockdown when she opened up about her alcohol issues. Also, the one that I did with Noah for the Super Series springs to mind. There's been a few with Gary and a few with MVG that I've done that have been really good. I'm not sure today does much for Gary's ranking, if I'm being honest, Raymond. Brendan Dolan is a 6-1 winner. Thanks for your opinion. Yeah, no problem, mate. Paul, if Gary wins today, again, I'm saying it without saying it, if he were to win, he's followed the Chris Dobie and Luke Littler blueprint and shows it can be done. It would cost 400. Yeah, Ross, but what I'm saying is, yeah, that is a lot of money, but you just don't need to up the first round prize money because that money's already allocated. It just needs reallocating better. Without looking, I can't remember, but it was a lot of money. Yeah, look, Barry's given some great interviews and stuff. So yeah, that was right up there. Lauby levels with Anderson from 3-1 behind. He's level. Which piece of content has done the most for the channel? What piece of content has done most for the channel? That's a good question. I remember I have interviewed Willie Thorne, Big Johnny, at Skegness. I'm trying to think which piece of content. There's been a few, to be fair. It depends how we are gauging what's done most for the channel. There's been a couple of exclusives that we got that were huge. We were the first ones to speak to Michael after his shoulder injury when he confirmed that he would play the Premier League finals no matter what. Mensur Suljovic has beaten Sebastian Białecki 6-4. That did huge numbers in terms of driving subscribers to the channel. There's been a couple of Michael interviews that have done the same. To be fair, the the Welsh interview from this weekend has done across all platforms incredible numbers. Barry or Eddie, use your own criteria. For darts, Barry, but overall, Eddie has a much bigger profile across the world. I remember it, Johnny, I remember it. Like anything, it's one everything, isn't it? Yeah. Like I say, there's so many different elements to what makes a good bit of content. Yes, financially has a part to play in it, but some drive huge subscriber numbers and so on. So it's all relative. Like at the moment, our Facebook page is absolutely flying, which is great. If you don't follow us, Facebook is an option. I have seen Brendan Dolan's new darts, yeah. So and 100% across that week, Q School drives massive numbers, which is great. Look, these streams are so good for the platform as well, because look, we're on for 6 hours, people dip in and out, and so look, this is great as well, and it's live content, which helps. Yeah, Matador, our Facebook page is flying at the moment. It's huge. Scott Williams, 5-1 up on Adam Hunt. Yes, we have, Ross. So at the moment, we go to YouTube and Twitch. We've just set up a Kick channel as well, so we're going to look to do to Kick as well. We've tested streaming the Fallout bar to Facebook. So yeah, we are looking at other options and different bits and so on, 100%. Oh, Johnny, all views are good views, mate. All views are good views. We've got some software now that creates shorts for us easier as well. No, I didn't, Rob, because you were right. You had to do it while you were live. And whilst I'm live now, I haven't got time to do it. So I might have to do it when one of the lads are off. I might have to get them to do it whilst we're live. Gary Anderson just needs to be a little bit careful here. Danny Lauby is poised. To be fair, Johnny, I have interviewed him as well. And Gary Anderson does seal a 6-4 win. Oh, Gary. Right. Where are we going? So Rob Grundy's having one. I quite like. A bit of Callum Ridds and Bradley Brooks, I think. YouTube channel is okay. Why bother with 23? Because it's building other platforms that you can't rely on one. What happens if YouTube went wrong? Then you're left with nothing. So you always have to be trying to build other platforms as well. I knew that, Chris. Cheers, mate. Yeah, yeah, we've known the start date for a while. I think the streamer can then. To be fair, Rob, I trust you. I'm happy to send you my login if you want to go in and have a look at it. You've hit that, yeah. We've known the 11th of December for a while. I'm off work from the 18th. Yeah, things are always subject to change as well. Look, we get told stuff, and at the time that was correct, but things change. It does normally start around the 15th. However, because of the move to 128, there is 4 extra days. Callum Ridds locked at 2-2 with Bradley Brooks. Wait a minute. Before I do something on here, let's I'm just looking for. Oh, I might be able to. Right, I've tried something here. I apologise if this doesn't work, but let me, because I haven't got sound on. Let me know if this is any better. Alan Suter, back-to-back legs, but still trials Rob Grundy for 3. Yeah, I'm interested to see, Johnny, how those sessions go. Agreed. Was that volume any better for the Barney alarm? Ross Smith, 3-0 up on Keane Barry. Damon Hetter 1-0 up on Nick Kenny. Peter Wright 4-2 up on Ryan Meikle. Keane Barry has a leg on the board, but still a lot to do. Mario Van den Boe harder. Love that, Rob. Love that. Again, chat room, was that Barney alarm noise level better or not? Chris Doby, 3-all with Chris Landman, Labanauskas, 5-1 up. Oh, I'll tell you what I need to do. Update the text. I've forgotten about that. Bradley Brooks in front against Callum Ridds on throw this one. Ricky Evans beat Perlo Ljubic. To Decker. 4-3 up on Grulich. It's not an amazing tie, but doing enough. Barney takes the opener against Hopo. Wow! Bradley Brooks has broken Callum Ridds. Bam, bam. Now throwing for the match. Noise with sand, yeah, much better. Cool. I say I was just playing with the levels, but I can't obviously hear it because I'm in the middle of streaming. Yeah, look, I'm sure they'll make the sessions as good as they can. How are we doing? Hayden, hope you are good. Hi, great coverage as usual. So many great dart players, very good to see. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, look, it's incredible. Remember, we will be back tomorrow as well for the Euro Tour qualifiers. Keeping you bang up to date with everything. Gian Van Veen 5-0 up on James Hurrell. Dobie leads Landman 4-3. And Owen Bates, the master, has beaten Shin Diggity. Martin Schindler is out. No more. We like the way you're working, Shin Diggity. Damon Hetter 2-1 up on Nick Kenny. And Peter Wright gets rid of Ryan Meikle, 6-2. Wasn't vintage from either. Johnny Clayton, 5-4 up on Mickey Mansell. Barney doubles his advantage over Hopai Puhau. Up the snake bite. Oh, snaky, snaky. Callum Ridds does break back, but he's still going to have to break again. How are we doing, Tom's Life? Hope you are good. Johnny Clayton beats Mickey Mansell. The ferret is ferreting. Raymond van Barneveld very much putting Hopai Puhau to the sword here. 3-0. Tommy Lishman 1-1 with George Killington. I wouldn't expect Matthew until the last block. This is the last 64 games, my friend. Dominic Grulish has turned it around and he leads Mike the Decker 5-4. James Wade just getting in the way against Joshua Richardson. Bradley Brooks kicks off with a max in the decider, just what the doctor ordered here. But then follows it with 25. Not sure on that one, Brad. Not sure on that one. Scott Campbell is asking questions of Labanauskas. blow being the word, yeah? Yeah, we've seen it for a while, Chris, with Grealish, that it's there. Bradley Brooks pins the 83 to get rid of Callum Ridds for the day. Oh, I tell you what, we'll leave it there. We'll leave Michael Smith on because he's the one that is chasing that spot. James Wade does take the owner against Joshua Richardson. See Van der Waal, 5-all with Leon Webber. That one's going the distance. Gabriel Clements leads Jelle Klassen 2-1. William O'Connor just getting underway against Thomas Lovely. And Darius Labanauskas beats Scott Campbell 6-4. Raymond van Barneveld is averaging nearly 102. He's 4-0 up on Hopai Puhau. Yeah, Marcus, Laban's got the golden ticket, as you will, that he can play in just about everything. The busiest man on tour, or not, as the case may be. Yeah, Owen was funny in that. Connor Scott, Florin Hempel just getting underway. And Dominic Grealish has beaten Mike De Decker. Ross, he was, loud and clear on the stream. Peter Wright didn't look impressed. Yeah, it was during the practice starts. What time do the Euro Tour qualifiers start tomorrow? I'm guessing it's the same sort of time. Florian Hempel. 1-0 up. Good first leg. Ricardo Pietrezco underway against Brendan Dolan. Ryan Joyce against Mike Kyvenhoven. And again, with the greatest of respects to Kyvenhoven, Ryan Joyce will be happy with that draw. When you're not in any form, to get Kyvenhoven in round 2, you'll take that. Raymond van Barneveld ends Hopai Poolhouse hopes for the day. 6-1 to RVB. Michael Smith underway against Ian White. And now, all of a sudden, in that race for the World Match Play, is Luke Woodhouse beginning to sweat. Barney is a win away from overtaking him. Damon Hester 5-2 up on Nick Kenny. Yeah, no, I agree. It's not right. PDC should have a running scroll on the strip. Yeah, but they don't, Joe. That's why people come here, because they can see everything in one place. Stephen Bunting did play but lost early. Yeah, Barney's just won. He's into the last 32. Ryan Joyce won that up on Kyvenhoven. Brendan Dolan takes the opener against Pietrezco. No worries, my friend, no worries. Watamina takes the opener. Just having a WhatsApp chat with someone at the moment. We may have our first chat and chuck tomorrow as well. Just seeing if we can make it work. No, Barney will keep his card, Johnny. It's only the one event that he's been given permission to play in. So you're in the shop here, and you can get. Oh, I do like a Calippo. Yeah, Zaps and Feasts used to be good back in the day, but they're shit now. But I do like a Calippo. Marvin van Velzen takes the over against Martin Lukeman. Not Aaron Monk, no. I'm trying to just chatting to him at the moment, seeing if we can make it work. Yeah, Johnny, that's half the problem, isn't it? William O'Connor 3-2 up on Thomas Lovely. Good game this. O'Connor averaging 104, Lovely 96. Very, very tidy from both. Yes, Barney is still in, and this run is doing him the world of good today. Ryan Joyce still in the trapdoor seat, but Michael Smith is still on his tail. Fab. Leishman leads Killington 4-3. Michael Smith has daylight between himself and Ian White. 3-1 to the bully boy. But remember, he's only making ground on Woodhouse and Cullen at the moment. The two directly above him are winning as well. That's the issue for Michael Smith. That he's doing his part. Unfortunately, the ones around him are also winning. Not really a donut fan, Chris, if I'm being honest. Controversial, I know. Florian Hempel, this is good from the German. Averaging 102 is 4-1 up on Connor Scott. Adam Warner 2-1 up on Jermaine Watamina. How are we doing, Danny? What do you think? Michael's put a little his first video on his Instagram for a while, which is good. And look, the PDC haven't made any announcement, so you'd have to assume that he's playing in New York. I'm pretty convinced, because of visa applications and so on, that if they were going to make a change, it would have had to have been done already. Look, behind the scenes it might have been, or they just haven't done it yet, but there's been no announcement, so... Michael Smith, this is big here, and he's messed it up. He should be 4-1 up, but he might be getting pegged back to 3-2. But Ian White doesn't take it. Double one there for the bully boy. Michael Smith will be kicking himself. He should be 4-1 in front. He's not. Ian White is back in this tie. Disaster for the bully boy. Since you're a fan of ice cream. Triple chocolate and salted caramel. Again, William O'Connor is probably a little bit too far behind at the moment. Ryan Joyce has a leg back, but trails Kyvenhoven 3-2. This would be a disaster for Joyce. It would be elation for Michael Smith. My favourite breakfast cereal. Oh, torn between two. Tommy Lishman has beaten George Killington. I do like Cocoa Pops, but I also love Crunchy Nut Cornflakes. Ian White, he's now missed an opportunity, and Bully Boy takes it. We're probably at the right scoreline, just the legs the wrong way around. But Michael Smith 4-2 in front. James Wade has beaten Joshua Richardson 6-2. The machine blowing his way into the last 32. Don't dislike it. What time will the Masters be on? So, yeah, it will be, I would imagine it will start 7 o'clock in New York. So it'll be 12 here. Andrew Gilding was just won. I'm pretty sure that flashed up. I think I've done my staff in 10 to 4, possibly, yeah, Glenn, give or take, that's probably about right, I would say. Yeah, let me... Yeah, North American, there's the afternoon shift for the North American one. PDC. Neil Zonoval batters Mensur Sudovic 6-1. Let's have a look what the ticket start time says. So the Friday starts at 7 p.m. New York time. On the Saturday, the US Darts Masters starts at 1, and then the finals of the US Darts Masters starts at 7:30. How are we doing, Chris? Good to have you in, buddy. Ryan Joyce has turned it around. He leads Kyvenhoven now 4-3. Big for Joyce. Very big. Mike the Decker's just shared an Instagram message stroke thread. So this guy on the 14th of November messaged Mike the Decker, sorry for all the whistling wankers. Quite a nice message to send someone that's been getting a hard time. He messaged him 10 minutes ago, I have to kill myself now because of you, thanks, lost 20k. Just on a break from work. How we doing, Maliki? Hope you're good. Michael Smith now has the throw to get the job done. He's going to have to because everyone around him is also winning. Great result for Florian Hempel. 6-3 win over Connor Scott. Very good from him. Daryl Gurney is 4-1 up on Martin Drat. Brendan Dolan 5-2 up on Pietreczko. William O'Connor has beaten Thomas Lovely 6-4 and Ryan Joyce is 1 away from victory. 3 legs on the spin for Relentless. Yes, Malachi, yes. No change there. Or, this can't carry on, can it? It can. Wright versus Wade next round. Ooh, like it. Michael Smith has done his part. He is still in. But unfortunately, so is Barney. And at the moment, so is Relentless Ryan Joyce. So at the moment, he's not making ground. He's only stabilising. Let's go. Let's have a look at Lukeman Van Velzen. Wade the gas man. Ryan Joyce has also done his, he sees off victory, so he goes and keeps the gap between himself and Michael Smith. Respect your cover. Mate, I respect all of you for watching along with me as well. Thank you very much. If you haven't yet, you know where the like and subscribe button is though. Just give them both a little tap because we appreciate all the support. Martin Lukeman is 5-3 in front over Marvin Van Velzen. Brendan Dolan, the chopper, is up in the air because he beats Ricardo Pietreczko 6-2. Kevin Dukes, there it is, 5-3 up on Lucas Venick. We're gonna do it anyway. Victor Tingstrom, 3-2 up on Matty Dennant. Jermaine Watamina powers past Adam Warner. 6-3. Ricky Evans and Gabriel Clemens in the last 32. Van Velzen has a leg back against Lukeman. And Kevin Dutz does beat Lucas Venick 6-3. Just going to start getting some of the round 2 results ready for getting on screen at the end of the round. What's everyone up to this evening? Any nice plans? Let me know. Lukeman, 124 points away from victory. Fairs, Rick. Fairs. Oh, Glenn, I had a look. I can't see any of your personal details, so I think it's something that's connected to your Google account, buddy. Controversially, I'm not a pot noodle fan. There, I said it. Yeah, never been a pot noodle fan. Victor Tingstrom is one away from beating Matty Dennant. Yeah, no dramas, buddy. I had a quick look. I can't see anything in my... No drama. Martin Lukeman misses match darts. Van Velzen levels. Is he favourite? How we doing, Wayne? Evening. Fell from a rainy day here in Massachusetts. Oh, I don't want to make it sound bad, but it's bloody lovely here. No, the most elite sandwich you can have is a fish finger sandwich. Oof. Oof. Lovely here in Gibraltar. Anthony, as you are in Gib, are you either local or do you work in the gambling industry? If you had to pick one of these for tonight, who would... Oh, Clayton, I think, is the more reliable. Fair enough. I used to work in the affiliate industry for 6 or 7 years, mate, so... Gibraltar, Israel or Malta. 3 key territories. Mate Dennant fighting back against Tingstrom. It's been a poor leg from Van Velzen. He punished the mistake. And now he's got to watch Lukeman potentially miss again to get a go at the 160. Or is this Smash's time? He should already be off the stage. Booth. Yeah, not so much now, but Israel's a tax haven as well. So now, more match starts for Smash. And he's missed again. It is a doubling disaster for Martin Lukeman. This is the definition. Is Van Velzen going to do it here? He is. He punishes Lukeman. It was a doubling disaster. Yeah, Anthony, we used to go to Malta every year, around the Salima area, St Julian's Bay area in Malta. There are plenty of gaming companies and so on. Lovely. Malta's lovely. And Tingstrom is over the line, warming up. I'm going to do them back to back because so, the last 32. Here we go. 2 all Dutch affairs warming up. Wessel Nijman against Raymond van Barneveld. And Jitsi van der Waal against Kevin Dukes. There it is. Let me update the old results. There we go. How are we doing, Ryan? Phil, the Wheat Unsterman. Yeah, they were superb. Congratulations to Northern Ireland on that incredible achievement. Love that, Marcus. Love that. So, I've clicked the wrong button somewhere. Let's go and fix that. Go. Right, let me check the streaming boards. Rick, have I ever met Andy Cornwall? I've not met him in person. No, I don't know him. So I can't say that. I mean, I don't like his videos that he does with Matt. I think Matt is superb, but he comes across very forced on the videos. But like I said, he's probably a really nice man. Never met him. Just not a fan of his videos. I think Rock will be in the Premier League next year, Ryan, as it stands. No, Rob, transfers are quiet. Look, there was talk about Mbuemo, but obviously I think Son's going to go. I'm actually really hopeful that Archie Gray's going to get a good run in the side this year, because Thomas Frank was a huge fan as well. I am a Spurs fan, mate, yes, for my sins. Right, here we go. I think Son will go, yes, but they won't let him go until after our tour of Asia. Scott Williams takes the opener against Tommy Lishman. To be fair, look, Son has been incredible for us, but his legs have gone. He wasn't the same player last year. So maybe it is time to move him on. We might keep Romero now in the Champions League. How are we doing? Rick, good to have you in. Oh, I'll tell you what, that's the one I wanted. I think this is going to be a little bit special. West Ham against Raymond van Barneveld. I get what you mean about him. Now, I'm watching one of the podcasts though. Yeah, look, yeah. Do you see what I mean, Marcus? I said I've never met the guy. I'm just not a fan of his work watching it. Reckoning England will beat India over the weekend. Oh, I don't know. India are good, aren't they? How long does it take to get into the top 20? Yeah, look, it's how long's a bit of string on that one, isn't it? Some could do it in record time, some are slow burners. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's right. The 3 games also to keep an eye on: Johnny Clayton, Ryan Joyce. The game we have on as feature: Raymond van Barneveld against Wessel Nyman, and Michael Smith whoever he plays. Bradley Brooks. I think he's made a semi-final off the top of my head, yeah. Don't hold me to that though, but I think so. Wessel Nyman has nicked the opener. Barney had a chance, couldn't take it. Johnny Clayton takes the opener, as does Gary Anderson. Has he not? Is it quarterfinal? I know he went fairly deep in something. Wessel Nyman averaging 107 now, 2-0 up on Barney. Michael Smith takes the opener against Bradley Brooks. See Van der Waal 1-0 up on Kevin Dukes. There it is. Scott Williams going about his business today. 3-1 up on Tommy Lishman. Cheers, Rick. Yeah, everyone, if you haven't yet, make sure you tap that like button. And of course, subscribe to the channel. Who was the favourite? I didn't look, but I would say one of Gary Anderson, Gerwin Price or Stephen Bunting. Yeah, Marcus, yeah, it could come down to that as well. It could come down to that Euro Tour that he missed. Gabriel Clemens 2-1 up on Ricky Evans, averaging 118. Gilding levels up with Anderson. 1 apiece. Joyce level with Clayton 1-1. 2 breaks a throw. All the people involved in this race for the match play as it stands are all level. Price and Bunting were 10-1. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be a mile away, Anthony. Didn't think I'd be a mile away. Ryan Joyce now leads. Johnny Clayton 2-1. This would be a huge win for Ryan Joyce, especially if Barney loses. Gary Anderson back in front against Goldfinger. Thomas, yes I do. I've said from day one, I thought that Bully Boy would make it. I'm not going to change my mind. It might be dumb, it might be foolish, but I'm sticking with it. I'm going to stick with Bully Boy to make the match play. Ross Smith, 2-0 to the good on Neil Zonneveld, averaging in excess of 111. That is very, very good from Smudger. Barney needs to find something here. This 150 probably has to go. It doesn't. Nyman for a double break and 4-0. You were imagining things, Marcus. You were imagining things. Jan van Veen, 3-1 up on Florian Hempel. Bradley Brooks levels against Michael Smith. That one 2-2. 68 is huge from Barney here. Clayton levels up with Joyce 2-all. Barney cannot buy a double. Nyman double 16 for 4-0. Double break. And Barney is in a world of trouble. 4-0. Yeah, 100% he needs to win this game. I'm with you. Look, in an ideal world for Michael Smith, he wins here. Barney and Joyce both lose. Alan Suter, 2-1 up on Jermaine Watamina. Daryl Gurney, 2-0 up on Dominic Grulish. Good from Super Chin here. Brendan Dolan, 2-1 up on Chris Doby. Scott Williams now 1 away. 5-2 up on Tommy Lishman. William O'Connor has one back against Owen Bates. Michael Smith just doing enough at the moment. Just on course. Barney threatening a break back, but is still a mile behind. James Wade, 3-1 up on Peter Wright. Andrew Gilding has broken Gary Anderson. 3-2 Goldfinger leads. Barney does get a break back, but it's still a lot of work to do. Ryan Joyce holds and leads Clayton 3-2. How are we doing, Daniel? Alan Suter, 3-1 up now on Jermaine Watamina. Owen Bates in control against William O'Connor. And elsewhere, Damon Hetta tuned it up on Victor Tingstrom. Dobie levels against Dolan. Results coming in everywhere here at the moment. Florian Hempel from 3-1 down has won back-to-back legs. And he's now level with Gian van Veen. Clayton levels with Joyce. Yeah, look, there's a lot of games that will have big meanings. Barney has won back-to-back legs, but he still trails Nyman by 2. Bradley Brooks holds 3-all with the bully boy, Michael Smith. Nyman kicks off with a max, just wants to stop this little Barney charge. Peter Wright cut the gap to 1 against James Wade. Andrew Gilding now has daylight between himself and Gary Anderson. 4-2, Goldfinger leads. Van Veen back in front against Florian Hempel. 4-3. Doots is absolutely doing a number on Yitzi Manderwall. 5-1 to Doots. There it is. Yeah, Michael Smith. Remember, he's running out of chances. Suter playing beautifully. Scott Williams has beaten Tommy Nishman 6-3. The Maverick that is Scott Williams marches on. Michael Smith back in front. 4-3 to the bully boy. Nyman looking at double 18 and he hits 5-2 up on Raymond van Barneveld, and Johnny Clayton has just broken Ryan Joyce. Doots batters Yitzi van der Walt into submission. 6-1 to Hawkeye. Peter Wright levels with James Wade. Ricky Evans, fabulous result for him. A 6-3 win over Gabriel Clemens. Anderson cuts the gap to Gilding. 3-4. Is Nyman going fishing? Bradley Brooks holds 4-all with Michael Smith. Yeah, it's on PDC TV, buddy. I've got all 4 boards up. Nyman has beaten Barneveld. Barney has gone. So, let's go to Brooks Smith. James Wade back in front against Peter Wright 4-3. Gilding one away from beating Anderson. Bradley Brooks. Doesn't go, so Michael Smith to go within one. Remember, Barney is out. He has lost. Joyce has broken back against Clayton. Disaster for the bully boy. Missed 3 in hand. Bradley Brooks can break and go within one. This would be a disaster, but Brooks misses as well. Is that a lifeline for Michael Smith in his hunt for the match play? I can't tell you how big this is, and it's a disaster. The bully boy. He has had 6 darts to go within one. It looks as if it could be Ryan Joyce's day. And look, I fully appreciate Ryan Joyce is a good player. And I'm not saying he's not. But he offers nothing for the tournament. Who makes the tournament better, Ryan Joyce or Michael Smith? But look, I fully appreciate that he if he qualifies, he's earned his spot. But sport isn't just about that anymore. The parameters have changed. I don't know. I think the Ryan Meikle game was tough as well. But Bradley Brooks has 6 darts to put Michael Smith out. Chris, you laugh. Look, we know he's a good player, but we know other than the fact he's good, he offers nothing. Oh, Michael. Oh, Michael. The white flag has been waved. Bradley Brooks ends Bully Boy's hopes, and Michael Smith is running out of time. Anderson could be about to break back here. Ryan Joyce has beaten Johnny Clayton, and it is a huge couple of minutes in the race for the match play. Gary Anderson fluffed his lines. He had a chance to break back, and he's missed it. James, I'm not biased towards Michael Smith. Look, whoever qualifies has earned the right. But from a media point of view and a tournament point of view and an excitement point of view, Michael Smith offers more than Ryan Joyce. That's just true. We can back that up with digital numbers and so on. I think Ryan Joyce is a really good player. You don't get to where he is if he's not. But in terms of those other boxes, he ticks none of them. I tell you what, Gary has had an absolute shocker here. Absolute shocker. Also, Hollywood is out. Brendan Dolan beats him 6-2. Chris, I don't think he's underrated as a player because we all respect how good of a player he is. But Gary is having an absolute honker. It's not bizarre, Chris. It's because when we spoke to Luke, Luke said his toughest game was against Ryan Meikle, and he's the player. That's why we're basing that off that. Let's catch. Chris, you can't say that's not true because the player himself has said, I think, or playing in both games, this was a tougher game for me. Your opinion is Ryan Joyce's was a tougher game, but the actual person throwing the darts said Meikle was. He might have took him to a tiebreaker though, but Luke says the Meikle match was more difficult. Damon Heta is a 6-3 winner over Victor Tingstrom. Like, don't get me wrong, from a point of view watching it, we can all go, yeah, that was probably it. But if you're involved in the match, you know which match was more difficult. Daryl Gurney is a 6-3 winner. Matt, yeah, look, pace is an issue, agreed. Oh, yeah, it might have been closer, but Luke felt that the Meikle match was more difficult than... Luke's exact words were, he never felt he was ever going to lose to Ryan Joyce. They were his words. Even though it went deep, he said he would never felt like losing, where he felt he was in danger of losing the Meikle match. Yeah, we're saying that based off quotes that Luke Littler himself has given us, Chris. Luke's exact words were, I never felt like I was going to lose that match. Where he felt he was going to lose the Meikle match. So we're doing that based off quotes from the player. I played him at Super League. closer. I'll give you closer. However, close doesn't mean anything. I'm listening to what the player himself involved in the match is telling me, and if Luke tells me that match was more difficult, I'm going with him. Ross Smith has beaten Niels on about 6-4. And let's check in on the last one. Laban against Marvin van Velzen. But again, Chris, you're looking at it from a numbers point of view. I'm looking at it from what the player's telling me. And yet, I agree. If you're just looking at the numbers point of view, you would say that he was pushed in that game. But when Luke tells you that not at any point during that match he thought he was going to lose, where he did in the other one, O'Connor, could he make the match play? Look, if he wins today, then it is right in the mix. Chris, you're not getting it. No, I'm not arguing because you're not getting it. The scoreline I'm giving you. If you're just looking at the scoreline, yes, it was closer. However, when you listen to the players that were throwing the darts, Luke Littler's words were, I never felt I was going to lose that match. I was never in any danger, where he was in the other one. So I'm going off of what the player is telling me. No, Gary Anderson has just lost. Muchos lost to Andrew Gilding. He had a mare. Should have gone 5-all. Didn't. And Gilding punishes. But I still stand by what I said earlier, that Ryan Joyce, apart from that, and he is a good player, I'm not saying he's not, but other than being a good player, he offers nothing to the match play. Van Velzen, is he just getting a little bit nervy here? Is he getting nervous? I fly on Monday, my friend. Van Velzen will not want to go to a decider. He's missed opportunities so far. But Laban is looking like we are going to a decider. Oh, it's the same. Like, Andrew Gilding winning the UK Open from a media point of view was a disaster. I'm mad 100% that the landscape has completely changed. I agree. There is a live lounge Monday, Daniel. Yes, it will be. Dan and Cam is stepping in for me on Monday. So we will have the normal live lounge on Monday and the live lounge live from New York City. Without saying Littler, if you were to honestly pick two people who was the best for the... Oh, easy. It's not even close. Gary Anderson and Fallon Sherrick. Not even close. Gary is by far the biggest digital driver. Gary's bigger than Luke in terms of driving digital numbers, or certainly for us he is. And Fallon is still huge as well. Van Velzen has absolutely fluffed his lines here. No, honestly, Chris, Gary is the biggest number driver. It's mad. It's genuinely bonkers what Gary does. No, the stuff that we've done with Noah has done decent numbers, but it still doesn't get close to Gary's numbers. Van Velzen, is this a rescue act? If she won, possibly yes. Van Velzen misses. Is Laban going to punish? Oh, Laban has missed again. Van Velzen. Van Velzen falls over the line 6-5, and it was a fall over the line job. But the last 32 is complete. We move into the last 16. William O'Connor against Scott Williams. I like that game. How do you feel about Ryan Joyce's performance this year? Up and down. When he's been good, he's been very good, but there's been some stinkers as well. But he's been okay, you know. What is the difference between... So the North American Darts Championship, Daniel, is just the guys from North America. The US Darts Masters is the PDC players as well. Yeah, I think if Shepherd making the world final now happened, it would... I'm not sure... at the time, it would captivate the UK, but I don't think it would last long. Does that make sense? North American winner gets a world spot. Yes, unless it's Matt Campbell. Or Daniel, I haven't got it in front of me, to be fair, mate. So, Hetter against Gurney, Van Velzen against Suter, O'Connor against Williams, Doots against Wade. Yeah, at the time, the kebab thing was huge, Matador, but when you look back now that they try and bury that footage as much as possible, it still pops up every now and then, but they try and bury it and get rid of it. Will there be Canadians like Campbell, Optin? I think that they're in it, like Campbell and Jim Long. I haven't got the actual qualifiers in front of me. Wade or Duke? So I think Wade. What's your thoughts on Littler doing the new McDonald's advert? For the sport, it's incredible that someone from the darts world is working with a brand like McDonald's. 100%. Well, yeah, look, I get the stereotype from it, but it's still incredible that a brand as big as McDonald's wants to work with someone involved in darts. How are we doing, Stephen? Good to have you in, buddy. Yeah, they can. So there's obviously 16 North American players in the North American Darts Championship, but only 8 in the US Darts Masters, Daniel, because of the PDC players. But yeah, players are in both. If John Park was winning the World Championship today instead of 20 years ago, 100%. If John Park won it today, it would be huge because of the way media coverage has changed, social media and so on. 100% agree. Does stereotype not matter though? Do you not just I think as an individual you can laugh it off. But I think, again, because of the way the media works, that it can be twisted and turned against you. Do you think the World Cup, if Bully Boy and Humphreys had been given a chance to defend the title, they would have won it back? No, I don't. I don't think they'd have won it. I don't think, as a team, I don't think they'd have beaten Wales or Northern Ireland the form they were in. I don't mind it every year, but go... It's not live yet, but we're going to go William O'Connor, Scott Williams, I think. Get some H2O in me. Yeah, Anthony, I agree that we've seen Michael miss the World Cup. We've seen Gezi miss the World Cup. Yeah, the big nations, it's like, nah, it's another tournament. But the relevance for the others, I agree. Heta or Gurney, Heta, but I think it's a coin toss of a game. Weston Lyman takes the opener against Ryan Joyce. Kevin Dukes the opener against James Wade. To be fair, Natalie, I actually think that the seeds coming in when they do is a disadvantage for them. Bradley Brooks takes the opener. I've not heard the impact yet, Ross, no. We'll try and get some more info in New York. Van Veen 2-0 up on Ricky Evans. Scott Williams 1-0 up on William O'Connor. Looks like to me Bradley Brooks is playing with a shorter dart, which is good. I think he shortened his points because last time I saw him the dart was so unbalanced it was unreal. So, only waiting for one to get underway. The rest are all good. Dukes leads James Wade 2-0. Do you know much about the Mongolian lad? Not really. I've only seen bits of him playing, but look, a lot of people hold him in high regard. I was chatting to Mace and Steve Brown about him. They all rate him. Van Veen 3-0 up on Ricky Evans. William O'Connor has levelled it up with Scott Williams. Chris, it's after the Barney one. It's already on the list. Too slow. Which country would you like to see darts become more popular in? There is China and the USA because of the size of them. Scott Williams back in front. Bradley Brooks doing a number on Brendan Dolan, 3-0 to Bam Bam. He's definitely using shorter points, and that's better for him. The dart looks more in control. Yeah, it's Italy's a good one. I'd like to see Italy, yeah. Right, sorry about that. Again, good game here between between O'Connor and Williams, 2-2. Alan Suter takes the opener against Van Velzen. Not in the previous one, no, but because there was no signs of the rules changing. They don't play enough in Germany. I hope they end up going back to South Africa, Matthew. Look, the work Devon's doing in Africa. I think South Africa. I'd like to see us go back to. Man, these mystery. So, just James Wade is edged in front here. He was 2-0 down to Doots. But now, he is in control. Ross Smith 2-1 up on Andrew Gilding. Bradley Brooks is doing an absolute number here on Brendan Dolan. Ryan Joyce back level. Wessel Nyman, huge gap in the averages, but it is level. Van Velzen levels with Suter. Damon Heta in front against William O'Connor. A lot of close games here, apart from Brooks and Dolan. Han Van Veen is one away from beating Ricky Evans. 5-3, Van Veen is up. Good from him. Brooks is one away from bageling. Williams, his throw is under pressure here for the first real time. William O'Connor, if he could win today, it would set up darting drama in those final two Pro Tours. Wessel Nyman is back in front against Ryan Joyce. Hasn't stopped. It looks like it's moved for some reason. 2 seconds. There we go. I don't know why it's done that. Yeah, for some reason I'm not even on that page, and it's done something. Oh well, we fixed it. Yeah. How dare they? How very dare they, Rob? Bagel serve. Bradley Brooks 6-0 winner over Brendan Dolan. The conqueror of Michael Smith carries on into the quarterfinals. Wessel Nyman is one away from beating Ryan Joyce as well. He's 5-3 up. Nyman. Disaster for Williams. This could be the moment for O'Connor. He's already missed once. He does not miss again. Break of throw. And the Magpie leads the Maverick. Now, can O'Connor keep it together? Suits 2-2 with Van Velzen. Yes. We'll be streaming the Euro Tours tomorrow. Also, trying to sort out, may have a Chat and Chuck live stream with someone as well. Just trying to get that sorted at the same time. O'Connor will just want to get to a finish here. It's not a nice finish, but it is a finish. Wessel Nyman was outscored and blitzed Ryan Joyce 6-3, 104 average for Wessel. Going about his business. Alan Suter 3-2 in front over Van Velzen. O'Connor has just gifted the chance and Williams takes it. It's a fabulous 120 from the Maverick and he goes favourite once more. How are we doing, Joe? We don't have a Scholar in the office at the moment. Gob's working on getting us one. Yeah, Joyce out, so Smith still has a chance. Look, it's not an ideal. But look, he's got 2 chances. Damon Heta 1 away from being Daryl Gurney. I don't dislike having William at the match play. I'm with you. He's great in the media. He has plenty to say. Ross Smith 3-all with Andrew Gilding. James Wade on the verge, beating Kevin Dukes 5-4 up. Again, O'Connor was broken back, but he's asking questions again here. Van Veen beats Ricky Evans. Good game. Not a lot between them stats-wise, but it is Van Veen who wins it. Now O'Connor to go within 1. Remember, he's now the live Jack in the Box in that race for Blackpool. But his deck is more heavily stacked than Michael Smith's. However, William O'Connor is still in, and now he will throw for a place in the quarterfinals, where he will face Bradley Brooks if he wins. In terms of a draw, you would take that. Look, is Bradley a good player? Yes, but he's not Damon Heta, he's not Van Veen, he's not Ross Smith. James Wade books his place in the quarterfinal, 6-4 win over Kevin Dukes. So realistically, if, and it is an if William O'Connor wins today's event, he goes £250 behind Ryan Joyce. So ultimately, it's a win or nothing. Even a final doesn't get him above Michael Smith. So realistically, Willie needs to win it. Gilding in front against Ross Smith for 3. And Scott Williams has missed double 18. That was his chance to go level and force a decider. Now O'Connor wants tops for a place in the quarterfinals, and it's a disaster. He misses. And Williams levels, and he goes favourite. He has the darts in this deciding leg. Did the tension, the drama just get to William O'Connor there? 3 clear darts, and he missed. Van Velzen has turned it around. He now leads Alan Suter 4-3. That'll be a huge, huge result for Van Velzen if he were to win. The Euro Tour comes after the cut-off for the match play though, mate. Not yet, we haven't, no. Williams only 55 Opens the door, but this needs to be big from O'Connor. Needs to be very big. And that is not big or clever. $140 is superb from Scott Williams as he leaves 66. O'Connor can only leave the big fish. So Williams to win it. This one has gone one way, then the other. But this time it goes to the Maverick that is Scott Williams. Let's check in on Heta and Gurney. Bro, I'm dying to watch some live darts. Haven't been able to watch since the... Oh, it's on PDC TV if you want to have a watch. Who else can get in instead of Smith? Now that O'Connor's gone, look, Scott Williams, even if he wins the event today, he'd still be a fucking long way behind. It's looking like I still think Michael Smith is the only one that could catch. Damon Heta, 6-4 win over Daryl Gurney. James, after today, there is only 2 events left. Van Velzen on the verge of beating Suter. Yeah, he needs some deep runs. Some very deep runs. Looks as if Suter is going to pull this leg back, but still has a lot of work to do. A bloomin' lot. So Suits looking at double 11. Doesn't go. Let's have a look at the tour card. Oh, 100%. They're both. Yeah, PDC TV is subscription. It's 50 quid for the year or $5.99 a month, I think it is. But you get a lot of darts for that money. Rob, that's hilarious. Oh, Suits keeps this one alive. But Suter does not punish the slack visit from Van Velzen. Oh, Van Velzen is having a wobble. Of course, Cherry Pepsi Max. Alan Suter. I'd say he's favourite for this match now. Maybe not. Michael's down in 70 something. Yeah, it's I say it's 50 quid for the year or £5.99 a month, definitely, and you get loads of darts for that. Suitor leaving the R166. Do you think Jules Van Dongen will ever be the same? I don't. He won't pull out of the US Darts Masters. Whether he is pulled out is another matter, but he won't pull himself out. I disagree, Chris. I think I'm excited for the back end of the year for Michael. Chris, of course they do. Rule 1. Yeah, top 64 on the Pro Tour Order of Merit qualify for Minehead. Oh, Suter has missed Van Velzen to win it. Match darts missed from Van Velzen. Alan Suter levels. Suit goes favourite. Van Velzen will be kicking himself. And I don't know if you've seen that he's had real bad dartitis, anxiety. His throw is in bits, and at the World Cup, one game, his average was only 59. Now, is that competitive enough, or is that just... Here's one, Glenn. Out of interest, if Jules plays, as a bookmaker, would you offer odds on his game? Suter done the hard work, and now he's fucked it up. 30 and 58. Only two ways and no limit and low limits. Yeah, see that's the issue, that the bookies aren't going to go anywhere near it when it's like that, which is an issue. No handicap, no total legs. Yeah, that's... Suter has really fluffed his lines here in this decider. It went up a little bit. I think it was 59 in the end, but it still wasn't very good. Oh, 100. But look, we've seen Jules put in some huge numbers before, so we know the game is there. But when you are struggling that bad, it's like, So 56 for Alan Suter. And he gets over the line. It wasn't convincing. It wasn't great. But Suits is into the quarterfinals. Yeah, Glenn, I'm hoping for an early finish as well. Daniel, quick question, Phil. What's the difference between the Pro Tour Order of Merit and the Players' Championship Order of Merit? I'm guessing you're talking about, so the Pro Tour Order of the... it's the wrong one. The race, so the one you want for... This is the one you want for Minehead, mate. I'm just going to put it in the chat. That's the one you want. That's the one you want to look at for Minehead. That would be funny, Joe. That would be funny. Anthony, I think there's a difference between playing yourself into some form, but when you've got dartitis like he's got, I'm not sure you can play yourself into form. The throw at the World Cup looked horrific. Just the grip, the pull, but it just all looked, yeah, horrific. Which is sad to see because Jules is a lovely guy. Yeah, it was a real tough watch, Anthony. Real tough watched. Yeah, possibly Crazy Dog, but that won't happen. Darts coach. Daniel put... The thing is, I don't think this is a coaching issue, though, is the problem. Coaches, it depends what you're trying to get out of the coaching session for me. Dartitis is a completely different thing to having a technical issue or trying to work through something or improve something. Changed up. Update the old. There you go, text updated. Yeah, Glenn, I'm with you. I don't think it's fair. Could this be the day for Van Meen? I mean, it could be 100%. They could meet in the final. Joe, I agree. It does take a lot of bottle to do what he's doing. I agree from that point of view, 100%. But is it fair on sporting integrity when with the greatest will in the world, he's got absolutely no chance of winning or even being competitive? So, the quarter-final lineup will be as follows. Wade against Van Veen, Gilding against Heta, Williams against Brooks, Suter against Nyman. Yeah, Joe, I'm with you. Yeah, I am correct with you there. It's not. This isn't for Jules to decide. This is above. This is the tournament organisers, promoters, and so on. If it was a ranked event, maybe, but the fact it's not, it's an unranked event, then I'm not so. Don't mind it as much. Is there a South American? It will be South American and Latin America all in one, I think. Can Wade win it all? Yeah, 100%. Complete hypothetical, but if a player pulled out of the major, the Grand Prix, the World or the Match Play, who would replace them? So that depends on when they pulled out, Matthew. If they pulled out prior to the draw, say say for let's just say the number 16 seed pulled out. They, like for the match play, whoever's in 17 would jump up, and they would then jump up the other side as well. Does that make sense? If the draw has already been done, then it's a direct replacement. Yeah, a lot depends on before or after the draw. It's a lot easier after the draw. I'm sorry, before the draw. Yeah, PDC TV, you can watch it live. Come on, we've been waiting long enough now. Let's get these quarterfinals on the road. I'm expecting any minute now, to be fair. Yeah, I don't know which other ones do it. I know the one that I like to have a flutter with, green and yellow brand with 6.5 at the end of it. If you've got a funded account, you can watch it in play. I've not seen any of it, if I'm being honest. I'm not in a position to recommend. To be fair, said company in green and black that have 6.5 in it are one of the only ones I can get a bet on with. Come on, let's get this show on the... Oh, we've got pictures. Right, here we go. Right. Who are we going for? I think... Let's have a bit of suits and... We haven't had Wessel on the stream today. Right, all four quarterfinals underway, which is what we want, which is what we like. Good start here from Suter. Could he win the opener in 11? Be tidy. Very tidy indeed. Welcome to the quarterfinals. How are we doing, Darryl? Good to have you in, buddy. Sorry, First Blood Suter. Andrew Gilding takes the opener against Damon Hetter. Who wins a tour card holder Royal Rumble? Oh, I love the idea It depends on the format. But it like the Royal Rumble is the one. Bradley Brooks 1-0 up on Scott Williams. Van Veen takes the opener against Wade. First blood in all of them. Nyman, non-96. Won't want to see a big visit here from Alan Suter. There's a big visit. Pressure on this 96. Suits, he is motoring at the moment. Nyman doesn't hit, so Alan Suter has a break opportunity. Taken. Big moments early on. Alan Suter has a 2-0 lead. Van Veen also has a 2-0 lead over the machine, James Wade. Remember, these 8 players are only 3 games from glory now. Williams levels up with Brooks. Wessel Nyman is threatening the Alan Suter throw here. He's effectively taken the darts as Damon Heta levels it up with Andrew Gilding on stream board number 1. That one's 1 apiece. .140 finish, perhaps, for Nyman. Doesn't go, but tees up tops. Tidy enough. Alan Suter, though, 130 for 3-0. And Dreamland, he'd be halfway to victory. Not going to go, so break back chance here for Nyman to cut the gap. Jacob, yes, we will be live tomorrow, mate. And Nyman does cut the gap 2-1. Suter still averaging over 101 here, which is very good. Gilding 2-1 up. Van Veen is halfway to beating Wade 3-0 up. Oil the machine, it needs something. It's stuttering along at the moment. And Van Veen. Nyman levels with Suter, 2-2. What's that whiffy smell? He is in a world of trouble. Just dawned on me that like that, Rob, like that indeed. He did used to, correct. He's 4-0 up, Van Veen. The machine is grinding to a halt, only averaging 91 to Van Veen's 105. Not really going to cut the mustard. Scott Williams lost the opening leg to Bam Bam Bradley Brooks, but now he's 3-1 to the good. The Maverick, is he about to set a dance date with either Alan Suter or Wessel Nyman? Right now, it is Nyman in the ascendancy. Remember, he lost the opening 2 legs, but now he's threatening 3 on the spin. Alan Suter leaving the old 165. How are you going to take that out, me old China? You're not. But it's been a good recovery here, unless this 113 goes. Damon Heta levels it up 2-2 with Andrew Gilding on board 2. Nyman misses a dart at double 18. Suter breathes again. This would be a good escape for Suter here. Good escape. He was under the cosh there. Nyman will think that's the one that got away. Yeah, Damon's been solid this week. Bradley Brooks cuts the gap. James Wade will not be bageled 4-1. But it's still a tough ask. Still tough. But if anyone can do it, it's James Wade. We've seen the machine come back from improbable places before. Can he? Will he do it again? That's the question. Wessel Nyman does level up with Alan Suter. 3-3. Best of 5 now between these two. Who's going to blink first? Williams has that 2-leg cushion over Brooks once more. Andrew Gilding leads Damon Heta 3-2. Remember, these are the quarterfinals. here at Players Championship 19, third of the triple header on the PDC Pro Tour. James Wade, back-to-back legs. We said if anyone could, it would be Wade. Have they just put some WD-40 on the machine? Have they? Has he found something when he really needed it? Alan Suter, there is huge pressure on this 91. Nyman is poised for a break of throw. He's sat on double 12. And the 91 doesn't go, so Wessel, break opportunity for the young Dutchman. And it goes in one. Nyman leads for the first time on board number 4, stream board 2 if you are watching on PDC TV. Wade took out 161, wading, prime wading. Scott Williams is one away from a semi-final. 5-2 up on Bradley Brooks. It's a long way back here. Look, Brooks is averaging more than Williams at the moment, but Williams finding the answers. Alan Suter needs to find something more here. Nyman's average not dipped below the 100 mark. 101 at the moment. Andrew Gilding has daylight between himself and Damon Heta. 4-2 to Goldfinger. Nyman looks as if he's going to go one away. Suter, has he just run out of steam at the wrong time? Could be a darting disaster. Scott Williams is the first man into the semi-finals. He is a 6-2 winner over Bradley Brooks. The Maverick, that is Scott Williams. And James Wade has won 3 legs on the spin here. We said, if anyone could, James Wade could. Nyman misses a dart to go one away, but will return. Scott Williams on 84, 25-19 tops. Wessel Nyman has put Alan Suter at the point of no return. Gilding is one away from a semi-final as well. He's had the better of Damon Heta here, the heat. Finding it too hot in the Gilding kitchen. (5-2) Gilding, and he's averaging over a ton here. And James Wade, of course, he is level like only James Wade can. He was 4-0 down, and now he's 4-all. Wessel Knight, sorry, Jan Van Veen, wrong Dutchman. Van Veen, he's still averaging 99. He's still done a damn good job here, but the machine has been oiled. He has been WD-40'd, and he's gone from a stuttering second gear to purring along. Suter looking at 70 with Nyman on tops. Remember, this is on the Suter throw as well. That's good from Alan Suter. He's saying to Nyman, you're going to have to serve this one out. I'm not giving it to you. So, I'm going to keep an eye on James Wade. Is actually on course here to lead. He has completely turned this one around. And it is 5 legs on the spin for James Wade. Van Veen is still averaging over a ton. His level has not dropped. It's James Wade that has increased his levels. I'll tell you what, Alan Suter, is he about to throw the spanner in the works? 3 or 4 minutes ago, this looked a dead cert for Nyman. Now, 61 to go favourite. Alan Suter, take a bow. That is a set of stones. Because now your favourite, Andrew Gilding, has seen off Damon Heta. We have had some tungsten turnarounds in these final 2 games. Both Dutchmen looked set for a semi-final berth. Now they're second best. Yet Gilding's never won a Pro Tour. This is drama at its highest. But Suter, he done all the hard work. It was a magnificent break back. And James Wade, from 4-0 down, has won 6 legs on the spin against a man still averaging 100. That is a phenomenal display from James Wade. Absolutely incredible from Wade. I just want to see if he takes out this 1-2-4. Treble 18. James Wade took out 304 in 6 darts. 180, 124 on the bullseye. That was class. And I'll tell you what, Alan Suter will be gutted. He broke back and then he's gone 45, 41, 96, 19, 45. Disaster for the Scot. Absolute darting disaster. and Wessel Nyman is over the line. A 6-5 win for Wessel. You know, Rob, you know, at Vauxhall. Love that. So, the quarter-final results are as follows. James Wade, a 6-4 winner over Gian van Veen. 6 on the spin for James Wade. Andrew Gilding, too much for Damon Hetta, 6-2. Scott Williams, outscored by Bradley Brooks, but Williams won all the big moments in a 6-2 win. And then Wessel Nyman averaged 99 to see off Alan Suter in a deciding leg, which leaves us with 3 Englishmen and a Dutchman in the semi-finals. Now, fingers crossed, this won't take too long. Evening, Nico. Hope you are good. Hope you are very good. So, what's everyone's plans this evening? Let us know. Start with not in Leicester, Rob. Not in Leicester, they didn't. Evening, Brock. Hope you are good. You know, that makes perfect sense. I like that. Perfect sense, my friend. Yeah, preparation complete. I don't know, there's one of them in the 4 that might have a little prep in between. But semi-finals coming up, hopefully quite quickly. I have, Brock, I had the hair chopped this morning. Ready for the New York heat wave. So, interesting. Williams against Nyman, Wade against Gilding. Rob, he's a bit of a blower. Afternoon, David. Hope you are good, mate. Not really any significant changes, no, mate. Thoughts on Turkish barbers? Don't use one myself. I've used the same barber for 10 years. I don't mind going and having a wet shave from a Turkish barber, but it has to be a good one. Look, they're popping up everywhere, and it looks a bit like some dodgy activities, if you ask me. But hey, what do I know? aren't decided, look, there's 2 events to go after today. Ryan Joyce is in the final spot and he is in a very good position. Michael Smith or Ratajski would have to probably get to a final of one of the final 2 events. So possibly. It depends who he got in Blackpool and so on, and because you think at the moment where he's number 8. Oh, 2 seconds. I just need to take this call. Sorry, folks, I had to take that. I love that, Rob. Love that. So, Phil, do you think Peter Wright can complain? He can complain, yeah, 100%. You know, Daryl, you know. Right, always wonder why wage shoes were. Yeah, I think that Peter, you could see yesterday, Peter was far from impressed by it. So, yeah. Oh, we got pictures, which is good. Right, let me get both on screen for you. 2 seconds. There we go. Got there in the end, both on screen for us. So remember, first to 7 now. Ready to rock and roll. James Wade looking at 104. to take the opener. Jack, it's Dark Connect, tv.darkconnect.com. So, right, it's all good. The Twitter account has just posted, what Twitter account are we talking about? I think someone might have scheduled it wrong. Probably me. Yeah, I think I scheduled it wrong. My fault. Westwood Nyman 2-0 up on Scott Williams. James Wade also 2-0 up on Andrew Gilding. Yeah, I've just deleted it. It was scheduled wrong. But here we go. Williams needs something. So does Gilding. Nyman looking like he's going to go 3-0 up. Unless Williams has missed a ball. What a finish that would have been. Would have been incredible. But Gilding miles off the pace here. James Wade looking as if he's going to go 3-0 up. Williams has broken back. Big leg there for Scott Williams. Needed that. Wade leaves 48. Gilding not in the same neighbourhood. It's been a very lackluster display so far. From Andrew Gilding. Plenty of work to do here. Remember, first to 7 in the semi-finals, and James Wade is 3-0 to the good. Remember, James Wade has now won 9 legs on the spin. From 4-0 down in the quarterfinals, he won 6. Now he's 3-0 up here. 9 unanswered legs for the machine. And is this the day where James Wade gets his hands back on a Pro Tour title? Time will tell. But unless Andrew Gilding ups the output, it's going to be tough for him. Williams levels 2-2. Been a good response for Scott Williams, the Maverick. Remember, he's got that unique playing style, chest up, bold as brass, which I like. I like that from Williams. Wessel nowhere near at the levels that he was in the quarterfinals, averaged a ton for most of it. Like 10 points off of that at the moment. I'm guessing it's warm in there as well. That Scott Williams zip has got lower and lower as the day's gone on. Gilding has a leg on the board at least. Something to just give James Wade something to think about, and has stopped that incredible legs that he's won. Remember, it was 9 on the spin until then. Nyman 1-2-1. This would only be for a hold. Williams is poised on 42. This would hurt. Now, Scott Williams for 3 consecutive legs. Remember, Wessel Nyman led this semi-final 2-0, but now he trails 3-2. Williams is in front. We keep saying it. Scott Williams is an incredible talent, but we need to see more of him. He's made for the stage, made for those big occasions. But at the moment, he's not getting there enough is the problem. James Wade, is he just hitting a little bit of form ahead of Blackpool? Maximum for Wade. Trying to re-establish that 3-leg cushion. 1-2-4. We know the MO. He hit this to complete victory over Gian van Veen in the quarterfinals. Gilding 1-2-9. How's he bust 1-2-9? Oh my. I need to see this on the stream. He's bust 1-2-9. Oh, Andrew. And Wade takes the leg. There's no thumbs up. It's thumbs down for Gilding. What a huge mistake. I've got to see this on the stream. Wowzers. Wowzers from Gilding. I bet he hits a second treble 20. You can see it. He does. Oh, he hit treble 3, 60-60. That wasn't on the bingo card for the day. 4 legs on the spin though for Scott Williams in the other semi-final. He is 4-2 in front. Wessel is going to have to dig deep here. No plans for the weekend. Only darts available is the BS 6 Nations Fez. What does it do for any of the players? So basically, it's just ranking money for them. It's been a good response here though from Nyman. Just needs to stop it, the Williams. But Williams, 719s to leave 170, just to give Wessel something to think about. Until that, Wessel was in pretty much control of the leg. But this would be so Williams, wouldn't it? 133, 170, anyone? Doesn't go, but he does leave double 18. And say to Wessel Nyman, you cannot miss. James Wade, on the other hand, 167 for a 5-1 lead. Oh, he's missed the ball. That would have been brutal. Nyman does cut the gap to 1. 4-3, Williams still leads. Tops the gilding to cut the gap to 4-2. And it goes. Good little passage of play in both semi-finals there. Yeah, look, James is deadly. That over 2 decades, his finishing has been the strong point. It's been good. It's been very good. So, James Wade on throw is so hard to beat. When he's in this kind of mood, he just doesn't give you a thing. Scott Williams also been solid here. James Wade averaging a ton. And look, James notoriously isn't a huge scorer. So when he's averaging over a ton, he is hard to beat. Williams has upped his average to nearly 96, which is very good. And he is 5-3 in front in a race to 7. Scott Williams is 2 away from a final. Wessel Nyman will have to find something, and something quickly. Tons not enough when you're in this situation. 1-2-1 for Wade. Again, to put himself 2 away. Fabulous. Fabulous from James Wade. 140, ton, 140, 113 to leave 8 after 12. You would expect this to say 5-2 very shortly. Even if it doesn't, it won't matter. Gilding not on a finish. Of course it does. 5-2, machine in complete control. Also Nyman, this is good from him. Ton, 140, 140. One, two, one. Not quite sure on the setup with Williams miles back, but it shouldn't matter. Nyman. Just inviting pressure. If this is a maximum, this cranks the pressure on this 31. Still pressure now. Williams shouldn't have been anywhere near this leg, and he might yet be. If it goes, it does look drama avoided, but Wessel allowed Williams hope. Been sunbathing all day. Nice nails, nice. Sounds good. James Wade, again, one of these legs that when he's out of it, he switches off and recomposes, ready for the next leg. Gilding back to 3-5, but again, hasn't really looked challenging on the James Wade throw. Oh, hold on, Wessel. Hold on. If you're going to break back, do it in some style. For 5-all. Could he? Will he? No, where's me boo button? Where is it? Unable to take out the 9, but he's on course to break back here, and then he would have the darts. Is Wessel about to go favourite for this semi-final? Williams has been brilliant, but Wessel has found something, and it is 5-all. We're now in a best of 3 between Scott Williams and Wessel Nyman for a place in the final of Players' Championship 19. James Wade leaves 88, and you would expect him to go within one of the final very shortly. Near Kidderminster, nice. South of Birmingham. Of course, Wade pins the 88 in 2. James Wade, averaging 101, is now 1 leg away from the final. So, unlikely that Gilding's going to run 4 legs straight. We saw Wade do it in his quarterfinal, but Gilding, it would be unlikely. Yeah, I agree. No 9 darter in 3 days, when normally it rains 9 darters on the Pro Tour. Oh, that's a disaster for Williams. Wessel Nyman is 74 points away from leading. This would be some turnaround for Nyman. Williams has been in control, but now he's up against it. He would have to win 2 on the spin. Wessel Nyman has spun this game around against Scott Williams. Is there another twist? Is there another turn in this tie? How far did Peter Wright go today? Don't think he had a great day. 2 seconds. Yeah, he lost. He won his first game and won his second game against Ryan Meikle. Then he lost to James Wade in the last 32. That's the story of the day for Peter Wright. Wade is going to get a match-winning opportunity if Gilding can't take out 148. Doesn't. It would be so Wade. Wading at its best. Doesn't go. So Gilding to keep this one alive. 54. 14 and tops. You would assume the MO for gilding. Doesn't go. So now James Wade will get at least one match start, maybe two. I'm expecting this to go yellow any second and say, thank you very much, I'm in the final. Nyman, well, match starts missed from James Wade. Nyman can book his place in the final here. Misses a dart at a ball. So both Wade and Nyman have missed match starts. Williams is sending us to a decider. Gilding misses. Disaster for Goldfinger. James Wade does not miss tens, does he? Does not miss tens. No, he does not. So, Nyman starts with a max in the decider. That is a set of bollocks. He has taken the leg away from Scott Williams with some sublime scoring. No, Luke's on holiday. Didn't enter any of these three events. Now, Nyman, 180 ton to leave 1-2-1 after 9 in a deciding leg. That is very good. But Williams with a maximum of his own. Have we just had another twist? The maverick that is Scott Williams. That is incredible. Nyman doesn't get a dart at the ball. Excuse me. I'm guessing Williams has tried to go tops, and one's gone out the board. We'll let the stream pictures catch up, but that's my assessment of how he's only scored 40. Nyman, is this your moment? No, it is not. Match start missed again for Wessel. Williams cannot take it either. They've both felt the pressure in this deciding leg. They've both had, and they've both missed match starts. Yeah, Williams tried to go tops, failed miserably. This is taking its time. This is nervy, edgy, missed from Nyman. More match starts have gone begging for the young Dutchman. And this time Scott Williams does not give him another opportunity. Scott Williams is over the line. You can see them. They're both head in hands on the stream. They've both had multiple opportunities and they've both missed. Let's get the poll set up. Wade or Williams in the final? Who are you going for? Let me know. There's a little option on the chat that lets you do it. Who do I think? It's a good question. Breaking it down, I think Wade will be more consistent. Scott will have ups and downs. It's how big those ups and downs are, is the question. That's the bit. If Scott's ups last for long enough, he will outscore James Wade. If those peaks don't last long, James Wade will win. So, a lot of you thinking Wade in the chat room. So here we go. How long do you reckon Wade can continue? Look, James Wade's hibernated in the upper echelons of world darts for 3 decades. He finds a way to reinvent himself, doesn't he? That's the key. He finds a way. How are we doing, Scott? Hope you are good. How are we doing, Andy? Hope you are well. Mbappe is going to win for sure. Yeah, there's probably a chance of it. I think longer than we think. Yeah, look, Wade finds a way to reinvent himself all the time. So, Wade against Williams. Ooh, Wade, the big favourite with you guys on the poll. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. I'm good, thanks, mate. I'm good. No problems at all. My pleasure. Do we know what time the Euro Tour qualifier starts tomorrow? Is it 12 or is it 1? Just so I know what time I've got to be here for, basically. It's always handy to know these things. Who wants some gin and tequila? Couldn't think of anything worse. So a quick look, when was the last time that these two won on the Pro Tour? Let's have a look. So James Wade, 2022 was James Wade's last Pro Tour win. Let's have a look for Scott Williams. Last time he won, again, 2022, when he didn't have a tour card. So this would be Scott Williams' first Pro Tour win as a tour card holder, because of course he is part of that very exclusive club of players to win on the Pro Tour that don't have a tour card. Cheers, James. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was looking at the same time. Didn't see your comment. Stephen, yep, over 3 years now. How are we doing, Quinton? No, Euro Tour qualifier tomorrow. The qualifiers for the next set of European tours is tomorrow. So, looking forward to them. Hopefully, we're not waiting too long. You'd like to think they'd both like to get on with it. Got better places to be than the Morningside in Leicester. Form over the U. Is it from over? Yeah, it's in Leicester again, Daz. Wade's taking a dump. Same here. I'm in the south of the UK and it is bloody warm. Not ginger friendly weather, that's for sure. Not ginger friendly weather. Far from it. So, 2 events to go for the cut-off for the match play. Ryan Joyce has had a good day. Didn't have a good first 2 days, but made up for it today. Michael Smith has a lot of work to do. Probably too much, but never write the bully boy off. If Scott Williams wins today, I still puts him too far behind. Yeah, Scott. Even a win doesn't put Scott Williams in the same neighbourhood. Might not have to win one, but he's probably going to have to get to at least a final or 2 semi-finals. Look, it's not beyond the realms because Michael Smith is a quality operator. But at the moment, I'm not sure that form is there to do it back-to-back days. He may have to do it all on one day and just go and win. But realistically, I think it's only Smith or Ratajski that could deny Joyce Barneveld. I think Woodhouse is safe. And I say that because I don't see 3 people overtaking him. Look, Luke's not playing particularly well at the moment, but the issue is the gap. I don't see 3 people overtaking him. He might slump down to 16th, but I think he's there or thereabouts. So fingers crossed we're not waiting too much longer for the final. It's freezing in Bloemfontein. When you say freezing, Quinton, what do you call cold? Because I think your idea of cold, Quinton, is different to ours. Right. Let's hope we're not waiting too much longer. Yeah, look, Gezi, it wasn't great from Gezi the 2 days he played. He'll be thinking, I should have stayed in Markham, could have gone to the Chippy. Oh, we've got pictures. It is time for the final. Andrew Davis refereeing it. But here we go. Final of Players Championship 19. Ready to strike. I'll tell you what I haven't done. I haven't updated the results. It's a bit too late now. Missed the opportunity there. Right, Wade has the darts. So, here we go. The final is underway. First to 8, the Machine, James Wade, Scott Williams, Shaggy, or as we like to call him, the Maverick. Remember, last time these both won Players' Championship titles was 2022. One of them is going to end that wait. But which one will it be? There's a chance here for Williams to attack the Wade throw early. That's something Wade done extremely well in the semi-finals. Didn't give Andrew Gilding opportunities to attack his throw. Yeah, so yeah, 10's fairly warm over here. Don't get me wrong, today's baking, it's like 25, 26. But 140 for Wade to leave 60. Unless is Williams going fishing. Oh, he misses the ball for the big fish. What a start to the final that would have been. But as it is, you would expect Wade to go pop, pop. And that's exactly what the Machine does. 1-0 to James Wade after Scott Williams misses a dart at the bullseye for 170. First blood to the Machine. And again, it's the makeup of James Wade's game, isn't it? Those little 2-dart, 3-dart combinations. He doesn't give you any opportunities whatsoever. Cool, calm and collected on the outer ring. How are we doing? Cameron, hope you are good. Back-to-back 140s from Williams. And a good response here from Scott. Leaves 1-8. James Wade. Maximum gets him to a finish, but it's a big ask. Until that maxi, Wade wasn't in the leg. One visit has turned it around, and another dart missed at the ball from Williams. He's had darts at 2 big combinations. This would be incredible. 3-4-1 in 6 from Wade. Not this time around, but Williams, this has to go now. Cannot be giving James Wade a 2-leg lead, and hasn't. That's good from Scott Williams. So 2 legs in, 1-1. Both fairly dominant on their own throws so far. Remember everyone, if you are new here, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe. Massively appreciate the support. Again, Wade doesn't give you too many open invitations, but that might be just the opening. Not really. Look, Connor's. We're only halfway through the season, and he's still learning. Look, Connor is an incredible player. He will get there. So Williams has a break opportunity here. 3 140s on the spin to leave 81 after 9 on the Wade darts. This is world class from Williams. For an early break of throw in the final. Should get at least a dart at the ball. He'll be disappointed if he doesn't. Again, 3 legs in, Williams has missed a dart at the ball in all of them. He could have been 3-0 up. He may be 2-1 behind. He is 2-1 behind. Wade's finishing again unrivaled. Even if Phil, I think he was right with the standout shout of yesterday. Yeah, Bunting was incredible yesterday. Absolutely incredible. Does Scott Williams overtake the mantle of beard to be feared? Oh look, it is an incredible beard that Scott Williams possesses. It is incredible. See how close his dart at the bullseye was. It's a good effort. I'll say, yeah, Andreas Harrison's is right up there. Williams is turning into a 140 machine at the moment. But that 60 just gives James Wade way back into this leg. Both on big 164, 161, both big outs. Williams couldn't miss the ball for a 4th leg in a row, could he? No, but the setup is good. However, you always hold your breath with James Wade on big finishes. Not this time, though. So Williams will not want to give Wade a look. 43, 3 tops or 11 double 16. What's his chosen MO? Whatever it is, he hits it 2-2. This is good. Good final so far from the pair. Good response this from James Wade though. 105, 104 average from the pair of them. This is brewing into some final. How funny would it be if Scott Williams gave James Wade a dose of his own medicine and just dropped his guts about now? Would we laugh? Williams had a chance there. Didn't punish the trebleless visit from Wade. You would expect Wade. Setup could have been better, but the big fish. Are we going fishing? Is he going to reel it in? Remember, the bullseye has not been Williams' friend in this final. But 64, 16's corridor, but he will end up on tops. Treble 8 will be the first dart. It's just clinical from Wade. Just doesn't give you a second opportunity. These little pop finishes are stunning. Nice to see Phil. Still, Richard, if you listen, I've been praising James Wade all day. I just said it would be funny if Scott gave him a taste of his own medicine and dropped his guts. But if you listen to the whole stream, mate, I've been singing his praises all day. I don't know. The entry list's not out for the next one yet. Wade is, look, in terms of match play, Wade is so tough to beat. Wade, is he just sensing a break opportunity? Realistically, Scott Williams needs 2 trebles here. That's a disaster. Is this the opening that James Wade needs? Wade will be disappointed. No treble there. But look, if this doesn't go, James Wade will expect to get a dart from the 110. Williams, this has been Scott's poorest leg of the final. Is James Wade going to take advantage of that? I expect this to go yellow, and on course it does. The finishing is relentless from James Wade. This finishing is vintage machine. Well oiled, plenty of WD-40. And he's not missing. Oh, he didn't, Glenn, did he? I need to see this on the stream. Is it pure filth? Absolute filth. Single 20. Ball. Tops. Oh, magical from James Wade. And he has that 2-leg cushion. He's halfway to the winning post. It doesn't give you too many chances. Scott Williams, if ever you need a burst, it's now. If ever you need something, it's now. Stephen, I've got no problem with doing it. No problem at all. 120. Is this going to eclipse the 110? It might. It does. It is vintage James Wade. Glenn, you know. This has been an absolute masterclass from James Wade. Scott Williams has done little wrong. He's missed a couple of darts at the ball. James Wade is just not missing. Scott Williams, his throw is under pressure once more. So Wade has got 6 at 2:16 for a 6-2 lead. Remember, at 2-2 this game was on. And in the blink of an eye, oh, the first mistake that James Wade has made, leaving the old 168. Don't care how good you are, you ain't taking this out. It's the first mistake that James Wade has made. Until now, it has been flawless. Stones from Scott Williams there. It's only a hold of throw, but he needed that. No, not a problem at all. Glad to have you all in. It's been my pleasure. Remember, if you haven't yet, tap the like and subscribe button. As we just look at this final. So far, it has been sensational. But James Wade, this is what he does. He made a mistake in the last leg. It was on his throw, so it wasn't the end of the world. But now he roars back and he is so tough to beat on his own throw. Leaves tops after 9 for a 10-darter. Look, I fully expect this to say 41. There we are, 10-darter for the machine. Zap. There is something so satisfying about a 10-dart leg. So satisfying indeed. And that 58 may just be the beginning of the end, because Wade has punished it with a maximum. 2 legs in a row, James Wade has kicked off 140, 180. Williams, this 167 may have to go, because Wade will fancy the 81. Will fancy the 81, I'm telling you. It is an absolute clinic from James Wade. He's averaging 104 and he now throws for the title. when he was 4-0 down to Gian van Veen and he ran 6 legs on the spin, you got the feeling then that the machine was just starting to crank into gear, and that has been the case across that quarter-final and semi-final. He won 9 unanswered legs, and right now he is on course to win his first Pro Tour title since 2022. Nico, we give him a little timeout. Should start 19s here. He's hit everything else, so why not add a 170 to the mix? He has hit everything else. Do I expect this to say 173? Yes, I do. Ooh, chance for Williams. Just wants to get Wade thinking. But that's not going to do it. So, James Wade, 110 to seal it. That is an absolute masterclass of finishing from James Wade. Stunning. Absolutely stunning from the machine. We'll let the pictures on the PDC stream catch up. But that was just exquisite from Wade. He picks up his first Players' Championship title since 2022. But it's a good day for the Maverick that is Scott Williams as well. Here we go. We saw him take this out. It's not the same way. 10 for tops. Bosh. Have that. The machine was sensational there. He really was unplayable from James Wade. 8 from 9 on the outer ring. That is exquisite. Everyone, thank you very much for the support over the last 3 days. Remember, we will return tomorrow for the European Tour qualifier. So if you haven't yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button and turn notifications on so you know when we go live. But we've been Online Darts. I've been Phil Bars. Enjoy your evening in this glorious summer sunshine, and we'll see you all tomorrow, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed.